I, Shrinkala Dahal, Business Development Manager, OMICS Group, wish a very good morning to all the dignitaries, sponsors, exhibitors, students, and media present here. On behalf of the organizing committee, it gives us immense pleasure to cordially invite you to the 166th OMICS Group Conference, the international conference and exhibition on traditional and alternative medicine, an international summit organized by OMICS Group. OMICS Group runs over 300 leading-edge peer-reviewed open access journals and organizes over 100 scientific conferences all over the world. OMICS Publishing Group journals have over 2 million readers, and the fame and success of the same can be attributed to the strong editorial board with over 22,000 eminent personalities and the rapid, quality, and quick review processing of the articles. We thank you for finding time from your busy schedule to be here today. Today marks the major activity in the brief existence of the OMICS Group conferences, a moment we are interacting, sharing experiences, and reflecting on issues to traditional medicine. Before we all proceed towards the commencement of the International Conference and Exhibition on Traditional and Alternative Medicine, let me address the gathering by asking one small question. What is knowledge after all, if it is kept locked somewhere in some forgotten corners of our mind? Well, it remains nothing as it passes into the oblivion. It is nothing if it cannot reach out to enlighten the rest of the world. Knowledge grows when it disseminates from one mind to other inquisitive minds, instilling newest of the ideas again for the diversified mankind. OMICS Group provides such innovative brains a platform to reach out to the rest and connect with other people with budding ideas in the grey matter. Having organized more than 100 conferences by now with renowned speakers and scientists from across the globe, OMICS stands amongst the top 10 in the world. OMICS Group was founded at the end of 2007 by Dr. Srinivasu Gedana, director of OMICS Group, with the vision of making scientific health and research information literature open access. Access to scientific literature is very important for the scientific work in developing countries. A large collection of e-journals are now available for researchers in developing countries. The conference has attracted delegates from all over the world, reflecting the importance and timeliness of the subject. I wish you a pleasant stay in Hyderabad and fruitful conversations at Traditional Medicine 2013. The theme of this year's conference is Traditional Medicine Promotion and Development. With many research activities now taking on a global dimension, it is imperative to discuss positive approaches towards inculcating best research integrity practices, including examining the role of academic publications in setting the standard for integrity. We have with us today representatives from research funding organizations, universities, as well as other research agencies. OMICS Group wishes to thank all individuals, editorial board members, and organizations who have worked to make this conference a success. OMICS Group employees and program committee have put in long hours and much creative effort. Finally, we extend our appreciation to each of you for your participation in this conference. We hope you enjoy the conference and that your time spent here will contribute to your professional development and enable you to build new collaboration in this important and rapidly emerging field. I'm very privileged to have the pleasant task of welcoming the honorable guests for the day. May I request Dr. Anil K Mandal, Mandal Diabetics Research Foundation, USA, to take his position on the dais, please. Dr. Anil K Mandal completed his MBBS at the age of 24 from Calcutta University in India. He received his nephrology training at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and has done extensive research on hypertension, diabetes, and kidney disease. He has published more than 200 papers and abstracts, as well as 12 books. He has been a visiting professor in 24 countries, including numerous times in India, and is a courteous clinical professor of the University of Florida. Thank you for gracing this occasion, sir. I would like to call upon our next honorable guest for the day, Dr. Mohammed Khan, Synergex Consulting, Canada. May I please request you to take your position on the dais, please. Dr. Mohammed Khan is an active member of the Drug Information Association since 1996 and has served on the DIA Advisory Council of North America while concurrently chairing the DIA Canadian Programming Steering Committee from 2003 to 2007. It is an honor to have you with us, sir. I'd like to invite our next honorable guest for the day, Dr. David Baines, Alaska Family Medicine Residency, USA. Onto the dais, please. Dr. David Baines has been president of the Association of American Indian Physicians and has chaired the ad hoc committee on minority populations at the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute at the National Institute of Health, NIH. Currently, he is on the advisory board of the National Center for Minority Health and Health Disparities at the National Institute of Health. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. I would like to call upon our next honorable guest, Dr. Nurolaini Kifli. May I please invite you on the dais, please. Dr. Nurolaini is a registered pharmacist in the UK and a member of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society in Great Britain. Since 1999, she has published papers in reputed international journals. Thank you for gracing this occasion, ma'am. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Srinivabu Gedela, Conveyor, Traditional Medicine 2013, Founding Director, OMICS Group, to take his position on the dais. OMICS was founded at the end of 2007. As a young PhD scientist at Andhra University, Dr. Srinivabu Gedela experienced a lot of problems regarding getting access to relevant literature from different sources. And this concept of making scientific literature public basically has roots to the bitter yet true experience. On 9th October 2007, he received Young Scientist Award from HUPO, where he explained the problems that young scientists face in getting relevant literature, especially scientists based in developing countries. I would love to quote a proverb here which is very apt for him. Nothing great will ever be achieved without great men, and men are only great if they are determined to do so. Thank you for your presence, sir. May I please invite Shreya Gupta for the felicitation, please. Thank you to Dr. Anil K Mandal. We would like to thank Dr. Mohammed Khan. Hearty greetings to Dr. David Baines. Greetings to Dr. Nurolaini. And a welcome greetings to Dr. Srinivabu Gedela. lighting ceremony is not just a symbol of tradition and devotion, but it also symbolizes enlightenment that accompanies knowledge. May I please request all the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp and inaugurate Traditional Medicine 2013, the first conference of its kind in Hyderabad.
That's okay. Thank you for your help.
I would like to request each of our honorable guests to address the gathering with the theme of the conference. To start with, may I call upon Dr. Anil K Mandal to give a few remarks on the importance of the subject and the theme of the conference.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague on the dais and members of the OMICS Group, the organizer, and the delegates from all over India and all over the world. I just want to say something that I'm very thankful to OMICS Group to providing me the opportunity to speak out my work on diabetes, which is the biggest challenge in the medical practice. I have been a keynote speaker in July of this year in Las Vegas. Now this is my second keynote speaker, and then 2014 I have an invitation for 3 different keynote speeches in different parts of US and in Spain. So I think what earlier the organizer stated, the knowledge. So we provide what we learn. We try to disseminate our knowledge and the information for the better care of the patient that we deal with. Of course, I am a clinician, so directly involved with the patient care, but there are other scientists who work on the laboratory, as I did many years in the laboratory, to bring the better care of the patient or to serve the humanity in a proper way. Therefore, knowledge is information, and we have to disseminate what we learn for the others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Dr. Mohammed Khan to share a few words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to be here today among such a admirable gathering, I must say, of learned people. Although I have been in this business for almost 35 years now, but my philosophy is learning never stops. My presence here is not as a speaker. My presence here as a student, since I'm going to learn from all those speakers who are going to speak after I'm finished here. So it's a gratifying thought to be present among a noble gathering, and I wish you good learning and good sharing at the same time. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. May I call upon Dr. David Baines to address the gathering, please?
Delawende, greetings in my language. It is a tremendous honor to get to come and participate in this meeting, and I am grateful for the OMICS Group for inviting me to come and participate. While I did my medical training in Western medical training, I grew up on a reservation and in a traditional way with our traditional beliefs and our traditional practices. And in my talk later today, I'm going to really try and talk about how I incorporated that and how also I promote the synergy between the traditional ways and the modern ways. And I'm hoping that that's something that we can all learn. Having had the opportunity to work with traditional healers from all over the globe, it is my belief that there's more similarity with what we do than differences, and that, as our elders have taught us, we all need to respect what is all around us. And I'm looking forward to being in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Nurulaini Kifli onto the podium for a few words, please.
Very good morning, distinguished honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Traditional Medicine and Alternative Medicine. I'm very honored and delighted to be here to give this little speech. I'm actually from Brunei. I'm an academic, but by background, I'm a pharmacist. So traditional medicine has really been my research interest since I joined the university. And as what has been said by the rest of the speaker here, I would also like to learn from each other. And actually, this is my first time joining the OMICS Group Conference, so I'm delighted to be here, and I would like to learn a few things about traditional medicine and alternative medicine from you all. And looking forward to network with each other as well. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Srinu Babu, sir, Director, OMICS Group, to address the gathering, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, a very good morning to you all, and welcome to the Traditional and Alternative Medicine 2013. This is the 166th OMICS Group Conference. We are organizing the conferences like this, around 100 conferences in 2014. We have signed with more than 150 associations to organize these conferences across the world. We are running around 400 open access journals with the support from 20,000 editorial board members. We are organizing those conferences in USA, Europe, Asia, China, and some parts of the Spain. So I request all the gathering here to promote these conferences. We are working to make the healthcare and scientific information open access. So we request your support to make the healthcare and scientific information open access. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Reading means borrowing. Borrowing in terms of enriching ideas and concepts. May I request all the honorable guests to launch the Traditional Medicine 2013 conference book consisting of fresh abstracts contributed by the attendees gathered here on the subject of interest this morning, traditional and alternative medicine. May we please have the books?
So let us take a photograph. Please.
Yeah.
Thank you. With this, we come to an end to the welcome note. I would like to hand over the podium to my colleague, Disha Ghai, to begin with a keynote forum, please.
First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Anil K Mandal on the stage. Dr. Anil K Mandal is going to talk on gaps in knowledge of understanding fundamentals of diabetes. Dr. Mandal completed his MBBS at the age of 24 from Calcutta University in India. He received his nephrology training at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and has done extensive research on hypertension, diabetes, and kidney disease. He has been a visiting professor in 24 countries, including numerous times in India, and is a courtesy clinical professor of the University of Florida. He is dedicated to changing the direction of diabetes care in order to help diabetes live a complication-free life. Thank you so much. I kindly request Dr. Mandal to please be on the stage.
Sinclair. Thank you very much, Sinclair, for the introduction. Just only one change that once she described that the gaps in knowledge, I shall deliver that on the 11th, which is Wednesday at 4 o'clock. The first talk is the glycemic control with intensive insulin therapy. Maybe you can dim the light so slide can be seen better. Is fundamental to renal preservation in diabetes. I want to tell you something that you ought to know, that I'm a nephrologist by education. By education, but why did I take up diabetes as my focus? Because of the fact that I used to go to as part of my round in the dialysis clinic, and I see too many diabetes patients on dialysis. And I asked that question, that why so many diabetes patients are on dialysis? I did not find any reason. So I went to the laboratory, and that's what I always do. I always go to the laboratory to find the answer. So we started doing cell culture study to study the response of the vascular endothelial cell to high glucose level. And we went through many, many phases of this study. So that led me to the area focus on and step into the diabetes area being a nephrologist. So I am in a better advantageous position to talk about diabetes than a diabetologist or an endocrinologist from the perspective of nephrology care or dialysis, which is the big part of nephrology care. So I commonly ask, as you can see, the commonly asked question as soon as a diabetic patient comes to my office, doctor, do I have to go to dialysis? And this is a very common apprehension among the patient with diabetes, that they have to go to dialysis or they undergo amputation. So my answer is, as you can see, why this question emerged? Because too many patients with diabetes are developing end-stage renal disease or ESRD and entering into dialysis. So my answer to this question, no. So you find out how I give this answer to my patient, no. Problem in diabetes care. You always hear about type 1, type 2 diabetes. Patients come to me and tell, oh, I have type 1 diabetes. Some come to my office and say, I have type 2 diabetes. Now, they use that word as a bird. They were told by somebody, you have type 1 or type 2. They do not know what is type 1 or type 2. So it's a big discrepancy between the patient knowledge and the doctors what they provide. They do not know what it is. So what's the purpose of this? Now, World Health Organization described this, of course, type 1, type 2. They even do not know what they're talking of. They're type 1 insulin dependent, but that's not true. Adults are all insulin dependent. You will be surprised to see how many adults, they all need insulin. Type 2 is a non-insulin dependent. Now, WHO classification perhaps is good for physiologists to investigate why you are talking type 1 or type 2, but not good for clinicians. We are involved direct patient care. There is no established criteria to distinguish between type 1 and type 2. Prevailing paradigm of therapy to treat an adult with diabetes by mono, dual, or triple oral agent is wrong. That's why they call you, any of you adult, come to my office and with a glucose of 150, I tell you, oh, you have type 2, and it's automatically written on the wall. I don't have to see the patient. My nurse practitioner will write metformin, lisinopril, glyburide. It's a formula. It's as a hook, all this. Result is more common and worse complication in adult than in children. And that's why they describe that, well, no, adult has a vascular lesion already, and then the children, that's why they develop dialysis, they develop amputation. No, those are wrong. All these are always wrong information to support pharmaceutical industry to sell their product. And you will see one of my slides later on. Okay, here is a look at 21-year African-American female, 86 pounds. She lost weight a lot. She had diabetes since age 15. She is currently treated with a glargine insulin by me, BID, and regular insulin by sliding scale. And she has done very well than she did before, many years before. But even then, look at her fasting glucose, 236, but 2 hours postprandial under good control because she took the glargine insulin and the regular insulin, which is the crux of 2 hours postprandial, is the crux of diabetes care, but was never told to her, so she tried to come to me from another diabetologist. Okay, on your right-hand side, 70-year white male admitted to the hospital, excessive urination, feeling weak, tired, and look at her glucose at the emergency room, 639 milligram per deciliter. She was treated with the intravenous insulin initially, then by subcutaneously, and as you can see, 24 months later, her glucose, fasting glucose, onto your right is 112, 2 hours postprandial, 180. Hemoglobin A1C, 5.6%. Once you see 5.6% hemoglobin A1C, a diabetologist says, well, why do you need insulin? You go to the oral agent because they all go by hemoglobin A1C. Look at his hemoglobin, look at his 2 hours postprandial, 180. Now, the point I want to make in this, I wish there was a pointer here, no pointer. The serum insulin response. Look at that young lady. Serum insulin fasting is 55.1, 2 hours postprandial, which is a challenge, went up to 86. Whereas the gentleman, 70-year-old gentleman, look at his insulin response much, much lower than the young. That's what most diabetologists will tell. Well, type 1, you have no insulin response. Type 2, you have a big insulin response. These are all wrong information given to the patient to help pharmaceutical company sell their product. Okay, so the question is, who has type 1 diabetes? Does patient A or patient B? Who has type 2 diabetes? Patient A or patient B? So my question is, okay, patient A has a higher insulin response than patient B. Then does patient A have type 2 diabetes and patient B, which is a adult male, 70-year male, has type 1 diabetes? What's the purpose of saying all this? Unnecessarily complicating the life. Make life easier. Why don't you say, my question is it relevant to stratify type 1 or type 2? What purpose does it serve to stratify? Say it. Is it not accurate to inform each patient that you have diabetes and your treatment is insulin? Not oral agent is not going to help you at all. A splendid article. These are all buried by the pharmaceutical company. They say, oh, too old. There is no such thing in practice of medicine. Old is a traditional. Practice of medicine, traditional. Today's talk is traditional medicine. That means tradition plays an important role. Practice of medicine is not automobile industry. New car, new husband, new wife does not work in practice of medicine. It's all traditional. You have to follow. So here is a wonderful article from NIH by, you can see 1979. 2-hour postprandial glucose greater than 200 or 1 hour, you can say also use 1 hour, but 2 hour is the best. 1 hour glucose greater than 200 milligram per or 11.1 millimole per liter. That's the National Diabetes Data Group published that in 1979. 2-hour post-challenge glucose equal or greater than 200 or 11.1 millimole per liter is the key for diagnosis of diabetes. So in order to help patients, I don't use too many numbers like American Diabetic Association. Less than 200, more than 200. Anything glucose over 200 milligram or 11.1 millimole is diagnostic of diabetes. Now, I don't want to dwell too much on this table. All I want to show you the 2-hour postprandial. Take a look at how sensitive, 97% sensitivity. What that means? That you have a 3% chance that you may miss a diagnosis of diabetes. Whereas, look at the fasting glucose. Sensitivity is such a lower, no matter what number of fasting glucose you take. What happened? All you give metformin. A patient come in with 150 milligram glucose and you put on metformin, glyburide, and so on and on. There are all these oral agents. They eventually develop overt diabetes and develop complications. Take a look at this patient. 66 years African American female came to me October 2010 with the itching in the private area. And she was told she had type 2 diabetes. Typically, I hear every day in my office. She was prescribed glimepiride, which is like a glyburide, metformin, metoprolol for blood pressure control, and lisinopril, most dangerous drug that almost invariably will lead to renal failure sooner or later. I have plenty of data on that. Blood pressure sitting slightly elevated. I discontinued lisinopril, put her on amlodipine for control of blood pressure, other medicine I continued. Second visit, November 2010, abdominal gas, blood pressure still about same because I gave a very low dose amlodipine. Glucose, not bad at this time because she is still getting the oral agent. And look at the kidney function. Already decreased. Hemoglobin A1C did not change much. I increased her amlodipine to control blood pressure, and I continued oral agent. I'm not against anything. I'm a very systematic logistic. I follow through, then at some point come that I have to take act on. I put my foot on anybody to help my patient. Now the blood pressure better control, kidney function improved because I discontinued lisinopril. You can see eGFR increased. I continued the same medicine. At this point, her 2-hour postprandial as highlighted, 2-hour postprandial already elevated. Now, take a look at the next visit. See, she is overt diabetes. Look at fasting glucose 372 and 2-hour postprandial 390. So, is it not that the previous doctor were doing something wrong to this patient? If she did not come to me, she would have ended up in dialysis already, because all they will be hearing, now you're get ready to go to dialysis. So at this point, I discontinued metformin, glimepiride, and put her on glargine insulin. Her follow-up are all wonderful, but I show you the most recent follow-up, November 2013, her blood pressure perfectly normal, MAP 87, normal MAP 95 or below 95, perfectly normal blood pressure, glucose control great, and her kidney function is stage 2 chronic kidney disease. She is getting Lantus insulin, she is getting Humulin R before meal and metoprolol, but she is sometimes diet non-compliant. She cannot control her diet, so I put her on acarbose 5-glucosidase inhibitor to inhibit absorption of glucose. She developed gas as a result of that, does not like that very much, and potassium. So what did you tell this patient? You have type 1 diabetes, you have type 2 diabetes, or you have diabetes which is well controlled with the insulin. Glucose control with insulin improved her kidney function from CKD stage 3 to CKD stage 2. That's the outcome measure. Diabetology, I go to the diabetes meeting. All they talk about hemoglobin A1C. But what's your objective? What are you looking at? Are you looking at kidney function? Are you looking at cardiovascular function? Are you looking at foot ulcer? Are you looking at gangrene? Nothing, no outcome. You have to focus on an outcome measure. I'm a big nephrologist, so my outcome focus is kidney function. So what is the reality? Diabetes. And why documentation of diabetes fundamentally important? Postprandial hyperglycemia. You have to document diabetes. Robust association between 2-hour postprandial hyperglycemia and cardiovascular risk. Epidemiologic studies showed the continuous graded relationship between cardiovascular death and 2-hour postprandial glucose challenge. Now take a look at this. This is a largest European study called DECODE study, over 29,000 patients. Even though the glucose level, those are post-challenge, are within normal range from 94 to 190. They are within normal, less than 200 can be considered normal, but still their cardiovascular death 2 to 3 times. So post-challenge glucose, you have to obtain that. You have to send the patient, please go to the lab fasting and then eat breakfast or lunch. Like in India, big meal is a lunch, equivalent to 70 gram carbohydrate. Take your insulin, go to lab 2 hours later. And that's what tells me that how good the diabetes control is. Not the fasting glucose, not the hemoglobin A1C. Here is our own study that shows you, prove you that what do I do. 2-hour postprandial can be used as an important marker to predict renal function change. But because of the controversy, fasting versus 2-hour postprandial, we innovated called D-glucose 2-hour postprandial minus fasting as shown there. D-glucose obviates the dilemma between fasting, validity of fasting glucose and 2-hour postprandial glucose. And we find excellent correlation with the renal function parameter as shown here. You can see the dashed line are greater than 200, dotted line are less than 200, and continuous line are the all patient. The all 56 patient shows those with a greater than 200, their serum creatinine. Oh, thank you. I don't know whether it's showing well. Oh, this one. Okay, now I see. See that continuous line, a dashed line? Okay, so, and here is the D-glucose. Here is the serum creatinine, and here is the D-glucose. Here is the eGFR. Just you can see as 2-hour postprandial greater than 100 milligram D-glucose, there is a significant increase of serum creatinine. Similarly, significant decrease of eGFR. And we published this data in 2011. So what do we find? The 2-hour postprandial greater than 200, for every 100 milligram increase in D-glucose, serum creatinine increased by 0.11 milligram per deciliter, and eGFR decreases by 3.73 milliliter per minute. Those with less than 200, there is an insignificant change in serum creatinine or eGFR. Our own study shows that over-enthusiastic use of angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor, I do not know how many of here are clinicians, I suspect many are clinicians, over-enthusiastic use of angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor or angiotensin receptor blocker as renoprotective therapy. Unfortunately, these drugs lead to end-stage renal disease. Chief of nephrology at the University of Florida, I go there, I'm a faculty there, showed me how the number coming down, eGFR dropping. And in fact, Fresenius, which is a big dialysis corporation, I get the memorandum, although I am not involved with them, but I get a memorandum because I admit my patient who required dialysis, that when the eGFR down to 30, you inform the patient that you have to get ready for dialysis. When it is 20 ml per minute, you tell the patient you have to get your fistula access for dialysis. But why? Why that happened? Because they are getting big time lisinopril. My patient don't get it. My patient don't drop to 30 ml. Take a look. Okay, here is a patient that classically, I don't know whether you can see very well or not, that hospital admission, the patient came in with a very high glucose, very low kidney function, serum creatinine of 5.8. I discontinued RB-shorten, diuretic, her kidney function improved, primary doctor put back her, and kidney function declined. Then finally I took over the patient care and she remained stable at a low kidney function but non-progressive. That's the word, progressive versus non-progressive. No studies in the past done. This paper will be published from India. The publisher is in India, current trend in endocrinology. No studies done in the past to determine if glycemic control with intensive insulin therapy reduces progression. That's the word. Progression of impaired renal function, such as serum creatinine 1.5 to 2 into ESRD, serum creatinine greater than 5 milligram per deciliter. We did this study to show that there is a preventable. 46 patients studied, but we have a much larger patient, which I shall show you just a little bit. This patient treated with a combination of glargine insulin and regular insulin, but no S or ARB drug, excluded. No patient in my office get S or ARB drug. Now, I want you to focus on the colored, that there is a significant decrease of fasting glucose. There is both in the all patient and less than 200. We did not see any statistically significant decrease greater than 200, and serum creatinine also significantly less in this group. Now, take a look at the blood pressure. First visit versus last visit. All blood pressure control were normal. Some are significant statistically and some are not statistically significant. Remember, statistics can fool you sometimes, but if it does not, you get a p less than 0.5, does not mean you are wrong. It's not. Many statisticians worked with me. Even now, a big statistician, director of statistical center, worked with me. A statistician told me, Dr. Mandal, when you go to the bedside, don't go by your, allow your judgment based on p less than 0.5, allow your own clinical judgment. Because he knows he can be a patient, he wants a good care, not based on p less than 0.5. So all blood pressure were normal range at the last visit. And what they treated with? Beta blocker, calcium channel blocker, vasodilator or diuretic. No S or no ARB drug. Take a look at renal function. Not statistically different, but they are same, no change. And all these patients are in the range of stage 2 or stage 3, not stage 4 or stage 5 or end-stage renal disease. Progressive renal failure to ESRD, most likely due to oral anti-diabetic agent, as I showed you before. Take a look at insulin treated and metformin treated. Too much light on focusing on my slide. I hope you can see. 2-hour postprandial glucose, significantly lower in insulin treated. Now these are 64 patients. These are much different patients, but this is unpublished yet. But metformin, no difference in the 2-hour postprandial, not a significantly lower. Hemoglobin A1C, little higher insulin treated, but the difference are not significant. And look at the serum creatinine. Insulin treated, serum creatinine, no change, whereas significant increase in metformin treated patient. And the duration is surprisingly different. This is a 700, next slide. Okay, 770 days, 17 days, follow-up insulin, metformin, 158 days. And you can see no change in serum creatinine in 717 days in insulin treated, but significant increase of serum creatinine in 158 days. So what are the hindrances of effective management of diabetes or a prelude of complication? What are the hindrances? Commercialism, I keep talking to you, backed by powerful medical societies. And I must tell you something true to the heart. OMICS Group has done wonderful, permitting many scientists, many doctors to present their work, to share their work with others who otherwise would not have been invited by powerful medical societies such as American Society of Nephrology, American Heart Association, American Diabetic Association. So OMICS has done tremendous job permitting people, including myself, focusing on what is right compared to what is wrong, which are presented in those big medical societies. I know those people. I sat in the NIH committee with other people What they do, drink and eat and look at the internet and never know what a patient look like even. So hemoglobin A1C recommended for diagnosis. It is not true. It does not help you making a diagnosis. No concern about postprandial hyperglycemia. Consensus panel by American College of Endocrinology. No definition of type 2 diabetes. Goal of therapy to reduce hemoglobin A1C. Emphasis on monotherapy, dual therapy. One oral did not work, okay, take a second one. Second one did not work, take a third one. Then when the patient develops foot ulcer, renal failure, then they tell, well, you have to take a insulin. Too late, already. Complication has developed. No emphasis on insulin therapy. No mention of postprandial hyperglycemia in the consensus panel. So what's the key summary? Elevated fasting glucose or hemoglobin A1C is often due to antihypertensive therapy. They come in 150, taking beta blocker, hydrochlorothiazide, and you are telling them type 2 diabetes? Wrong. Very wrong. Define diabetes by 2-hour postprandial glucose or glucose tolerance test. Random glucose greater than 200 signifies diabetes. Mono, dual, or triple therapy does not affect postprandial glucose. Combination of insulin therapy is permissive of glucose control, renal preservation, and cardiovascular protection. ACE, ARB are adversary in diabetes. So in conclusion, control of postprandial hyperglycemia is fundamental to preservation of renal function or renal protection in diabetes. Insulin is the cornerstone of therapy for control of postprandial hyperglycemia, and glycemic control may not be perfect, but renal function is preserved or other complication about it. None of my patients have foot ulcer, gangrene, or amputation. Their renal function is well preserved. Thank you very much. With my roses, I love roses and I cultivate roses. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mandal. That was indeed a great presentation, a very, very informative presentation for all of us. Now, I kindly request Dr. Srinubabu Gadela to please felicitate Dr. Mandal with the certificate. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Srinubabu, sir, and Dr. Mandal. Now I request Dr. Mohammed R Khan to please be on the stage and present his work. He's going to speak on the sizzling herbal and TCM market with focus on the hot issues. Dr. Mohammed Khan is a quality management consultant and principal, Synergex Consulting Canada. He has earlier served as Director, QA/QC and Regulatory Compliance with DuPont Pharmaceuticals Canada, and also as a Director of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association of Canada. I kindly request him to please present his presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Thank you. So the topic of my presentation is on the screen. I'll proceed forward. With the introduction part, I would like to put emphasis on recent times, which have seen phenomenal growth in the herbal market. 1994 estimate put the total sales of herbal preparation at around 655 million, but the global herbal market in 2003, it was estimated at $60 billion. And based on a WHO projection, global herbal market will grow to 5 trillion mark by the year 2050. I was just looking into the IMS data only a couple of days ago, and IMS said at the end of year 2013 data, the world total pharmaceutical market will reach the 3 trillion mark. And here is global market by 2050 reaching the 5 trillion mark. So what is behind the surge in the use of herbal remedies? In recent times, the sales have grown phenomenally all over the world, in particular in the United States and Europe. There are various reasons given by various researchers. For example, a pervading sense of skepticism about modern medicine within the society. Most people belonging to the yuppie generation, the modish young, they feel modern medicine doesn't serve the purpose. They are looking into the roots of the products when they were used centuries ago, and they think that should continue to be used. Some believe that conventional medicine are unnatural and feel that natural substances help the body build on its own resistance. There may be a point. And many consumers are motivated to try herbal remedies through a misconception that these are inherently safe. We will explore this point when we reach to the safety level of the presentation. Another probable factor involves the influence of the expanding cultural diversity within the North American population, with different cultural groups practicing different customs involving traditional medicine. For example, when I went to Canada some 40 years ago, the population of the city of Toronto was basically white, almost white. Browns and blacks, they were hardly to be seen. But now has come a time that you see tremendous amount of Chinese people, tremendous amount of South Asian people, tremendous amount of Arabian people in Canada. So the cultural diversity is changing, the scenario. And because of this change, people are bringing their cultural roots in terms of usage of medicine as well. So that's one of the reasons why herbals are on the growth. And according to JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association, 1 in 5 individuals taking prescription medications also take herbal remedies as supplements. So the big question arises, are these herbals really effective? Well, at least the history seems to tell us, yeah. If we look back into the history, Egyptian medicine, it's almost 3,000 years old. Traditional Chinese medicine has its roots in 2900 BC, and it is to date very active. Ayurvedic medicine around 800 years old, and it's again very active in India. Almost 80% of the Indian population, according to my information, uses Ayurvedic medication and serviced by Ayurvedic doctors. Greek medicine, 500 BC, and as Unani, which is the term for Greek in Arabic, Unani means Greek. It is active in South Asia and to date. Ancient Mesopotamia, 300 BC, apart from Mesopotamia, Aztec, Mayan, and Inca medicines, they all have herbal usage. Let us focus on efficacy. Around 25% of modern medicines made from plants used traditionally. Some examples are willow bark, from which aspirin has been derived, foxglove, from which digitalis has been extracted, angel's trumpets, from which scopolamine, and deadly nightshade, from which belladonna, cinchona, is the source of quinine derivative. Moldy clover, dicumarol and coumarin compounds, which are used as blood thinners, and the list goes on. Looking at the efficacy, one of the herbal's major contribution towards the evolution of surgical anesthesia, which has three components: anesthesia, analgesia, and amnesia. Patient undergoing surgery, he should be amnesic, meaning he should forget after he awakes what happened to him. And he should get good level of pain control. At the same time, he should be anesthetized so that he doesn't feel the trouble of the pain of the operative procedure itself. So one of the major contributions is towards the evolution of surgical anesthesia in poppy as opiates for pain management and karari for muscle relaxation. And based on the IMS top-line industry data, narcotic analgesics, which are opiate derivatives, they ranked among the top 15 global therapeutic classes with 2010 sales based on IMS actual figures equaling $12 billion. So it's a lot of contribution that the herbals are making to modern medicine. The discovery of a species of trillium, which is Mexican yam, as the cheap and abundant source of steroid synthesis, created the hormonal contraception revolution. The story goes, a young man by the name Russell E. Marker, he used to work for Rockefeller Institute in 1928, and he worked there for almost 7 years. Then he moved to Pennsylvania University in the teaching job and also research job, where he started focusing on cheap source of production of progesterone. Because at that time, progesterone was derived from the ovaries of the pregnant pigs, and it took 2,500 ovaries of the pregnant pigs to yield 1 milligram of progesterone. So it was only available to the top rich. So he thought, okay, let me discover some source where we can find a cheaper method of synthesis of progesterone. He heard that in Mexico, Mexican women, when they have menstrual pain, they chew one of the roots, which is called the root of the Mexican yam. So he went to Mexico, collected a lot of root, came back to Pennsylvania, and in his lab, he degraded the diazoxanine component of the root, which is the hormonal component, into progesterone. So he produced 25 pounds of progesterone. Forget about 1 milligram from 2,500 ovaries. He produced 25 pounds. Then he goes to pharmaceutical labs with his remarkable discovery, and he says, are you prepared to purchase it? Everybody said, no. What is the use of the progesterone? He formed a company by the name Synergex in Mexico, and he started synthesizing hormones from the Mexican yam root. So that's how the hormones became cheap. Now, other drugs which have been efficacious from the therapeutic classes of herbals are paclitaxel, which is derived from the bark of the Pacific yew tree and was approved in 1994 as a treatment for breast cancer. 2 years after its approval for ovarian cancer as well. So it is being used both for the treatment of breast cancer and ovarian cancer. The drug inhibits tumor growth and is also widely used as for a variety of cancers as well. The next discovery of modern times among the herbals is the new class of anti-malarial drugs. These are developed from the plant called Artemisia annua, which has been used in China for almost 2,000 years for the management of malaria as well as fever. But now, by synthesizing artemisinin from Artemisia annua, we are able to treat resistant malaria, because malaria has become resistant to almost all the available drugs. So this is the new drug which is working. That's a great contribution from the herbal class. And if we review the national pharmacopoeias of the globe, we find that at least 120 distinct chemical substances from different plants have utility as life-saving drugs. And this has been a result of chemical and pharmacological screening of a mere 6% of the herbal components, plant species. So only 6%. There is still 94% left to be explored. Who knows what we are going to discover? But the fact remains that very few of the commercially available herbal remedies have been subjected to stringent clinical scrutiny. It's only a practice inherited from the teacher to the student, to the student, and to the student. Just word of mouth. Some books are there as well, but without any scientific basis. Trial and error methods used over the centuries have resulted in a customary use of plant derivative medicine. Therefore, establishing the efficacy of thousands of commercially available herbal products through controlled studies is going to be a monumental and perhaps impossible task, which is the fact of life. This is interesting. The Journal of American Medical Association, back in 1955, they published a research article which went to state, when it is considered that placebo preparations administered to humans will produce a desirable therapeutic effect in approximately 30 to 35% of the subjects. So if you are giving to 100 individuals with a disease state, 30 or 35% receiving placebo with no action at all will get the benefit. One might suggest that therapeutic effect would be achieved through use of medicinal plants, whether or not they do contain biologically active constituents. The journal Herbalgram, which is the journal of the American Botanical Council, once commented, it's not possible to establish absolute safety for medicinal plants based solely on epidemiological studies for a variety of reasons. They went on to say, first, these type of studies would be costly. Second, little published data exists in countries where the major use of medicinal plants occurs, and thus general extrapolation based on a limited number of reports would have little meaning. Third, exact identification of products implicated in side effects claimed for medicinal plant is most often lacking. Well, this is not only true for medicinal plants, this is true for most of the drug products in underdeveloping countries where there is very little pharmacovigilance going on, therefore very little collection of accurate data. The WHO therefore published its research guidelines for evaluating the safety and efficacy of herbal medicine in 1993. They made a clear statement that the historical use of an herbal substance is valid proof of its safety unless there is scientific evidence of danger. They also said a guiding principle should be that if the product has been traditionally used without demonstrated harm, no specific regulatory action should be undertaken unless new evidence demands a revised risk-benefit assessment. Although WHO made that statement, but there are some aspects of safety that do need to be addressed. For example, the possibility of herb-drug interaction, effect on clinical laboratory results, and third is adulteration and contamination. These three issues have popped up significantly in the Western world, in particular in the United States and Europe, and Canada, of course. If we look at the herb-drug interactions, 20% of individuals who are taking herbals, they never tell their doctor because they think herbals are innocent substances, so there is no point in bringing this information to the knowledge of the doctor. And approximately half of those using herbal medicine do not tell their physicians as well. This, of course, opens the possibility of herb-drug interaction. For example, the Lancet, one of the renowned medical journals of UK, they published a study in 2000 describing the herb-drug interactions. For example, bleeding with warfarin if combined with ginkgo, garlic, dankwall, or dancing. Mild serotonin syndrome, decreased bioavailability, induction of mania, exacerbation of extrapyramidal effects, increased risk of hypertension, potentiation of oral and topical corticosteroids, decreased blood concentration of prednisolone, and decreased concentration of phenytoin. These are the side effects which do occur when herbs are combined with allopathic medications. Unfortunately, this slide, it has gone blank. This was showing the herbal products to avoid in patients with cardiovascular diseases. But on the following slide, I have done the summary. In fact, two major side effects occur when herbals are combined with cardiovascular products. One is bleeding, and bleeding is caused by a number of herbal preparations like alfalfa, bilberry, danchin, dankwall, fenugreek, garlic, our food product, ginkgo biloba, ginseng, and the list goes on. On the right-hand side, I have those products which have the potential to cause arrhythmias, either ventricular most often, and those are aloe vera, blah, 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 the list goes on. So these are major side effects, arrhythmias and bleeding. Of course, they could be life-challenging. On the clinical laboratory test side, when a patient is taking medication, allopathic medication, at the same time is taking herbal supplements, the blood picture changes significantly based on the studies done. So it is important to inform by the clinician to the person who is performing the test, clinical test, that my patient is taking such and such medication, plus my patient is also taking such and such herbal products. Otherwise, the test results will be totally screwed up. The second part is quality. So question arises, what about quality? Although herbals have been used for numerous centuries, but the state of herbal preparation is such that quantity and quality rarely meet the label claim. For example, the quantity of active chemical can be extremely variable. A good example is ginsenoside in ginseng, where the label claim is made 648 milligram. There could be 10 times variability in the products which are on the market. So it could be 6,480 to only 64 milligram, that much variability. Presence of heavy metals such as lead, mercury, cadmium, arsenic, copper, and thallium in traditional Chinese medicine has been documented. Traditional Chinese medicine also has a number of other products, pharmaceutical agents which are incorporated in the traditional medicine simply to boost up the results, therapeutic results. But some of them could be dangerous if combined with other substances that the patient is taking. So, for example, the new classes of erectile dysfunction products, sildenafil, tadalafil, and vardenafil, these have been found to be present in traditional Chinese medicine in a quantity of 30 to 19 milligram per tablet. Although these TCMs, traditional Chinese medicine, they are marketed as innocent product, but they could have a devastating effect if the patient is also taking nitrates, for example, because nitrates, they significantly lower the blood pressure, sometimes causing a massive drop, and the patient may collapse and die. Heavy metals, these are, of course, deliberate constituents in the Indian remedies, traditional remedies like Ayurvedic. And although the modern medicine has been condemning it because of the very detrimental side effects of heavy metals, but the Indian scholars, to the best of my knowledge, they still continue to defend their field, saying that they should remain part of the Ayurvedic medication. Heavy metals, not only in Ayurvedic, but they have been historically also part of the allopathic medications. For example, arsenic, antimony, bismuth, silver, gold, and mercury, these have been combined in various preparations. Arsenicals and mercurials and gold compounds, they have been available until the late 20th century. In fact, gold is still used for resistant rheumatoid arthritis, and mercurials are still used for topical antisepsis purpose. There's an interesting story about antimony. Antimony was widely used during the 15th and 16th centuries until the Faculty of Physicians of Paris decreed that no member should use or prescribe antimony. So in effect, they said it is a banned drug now. But in 1657, King Louis XVI of France, he fell ill. He had royal physicians who were treating him, but the condition would not improve. Then a quack came forward and I said I would like to have the permission of treating the...
The first thing when somebody goes in, it's like ice.
Okay. How do I get rid of this? Anyway, I'll tell the story and go to the next slide. So the quack said, can I have the permission to treat the king? The permission was granted, and he used the antimony compound. And luckily, the king got completely cured. After the king got cured, can somebody help me here? Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. After the king got cured, that was sufficient reason to ensure that the drug had enviable position in therapeutics until the 19th century. So 200 more years of life antimony got because of the usage on King Louis XVI. But again, after 200 years, it fell into disrepute. Yeah, it's okay. All right. I'm coming to the concluding part of the presentation. Medicinal properties of heavy metals are not debatable. They have a place in medicine, definitely, because they have been used for centuries altogether. But their toxicity is also a recognized fact. So the toxicity part, this was not given any heed in the past. This is a new breed of side effects which have come into picture and has served as a very alarming state of affairs in the modern medical practice, in particular in the Western world. We know that based on current science, risks from their use outweigh the benefit. That's a fact. There are benefits, but the risks are potential, and those could be lethal. So there is good reason to abandon the usage of heavy metals in the drug formulations, to my mind, and to the mind of most of the Western scientists. The Asian-based systems of traditional medicine needs to accept this truth and modify the questionable formulations for health as well as for successful global marketing reasons. This is more important. A number of years ago, I came to India and I brought a Drug Information Association, DIA, conference to Hyderabad. And there, I made the industry aware that they are losing a big chunk of the market by simply not being present in the United States or Canada, where the return on investment is tremendously greater for them, not for the industry in United States or Canada, because they pay to the workers proportionately heavy sums. But here, the labor was cheap, cost of production was cheap, India was abundant in raw material, so they had no trouble producing cheap raw material, and if they produce the products here and marketed in the United States at US price and Canadian price, their profit margin was going to blow up astronomically. Some of the good companies, they paid heed. They got approved by the US FDA and Canadian Food and Drug Agency, and their products are loaded in the market now. And to my surprise, when I was going through the IMS data, I found some of the Indian companies like Lupin. Last year's sales were more than $3 billion. At one time, this was the total sales of the entire Indian pharmaceutical industry, or even less. But picture has changed. Dr. Reddy, all over the world now. Sun Pharmaceuticals, they're all thriving. So on the herbal side, if we could focus on modifying the formulations, because as long as lead, bismuth, antimony, etc. is present in the preparation, if the FDA or Health Canada analyze the product and find it, they say, we can't accept this product. We won't allow the entry into the market. So they are going to lose a big market now. So it is in the best interest of the producers here to try to get rid of the heavy metal part out of their formulations and come up with new formulations and expand the market over there. And the good news is, just 8 or 9 months ago, FDA has approved 2 herbal preparations to be marketed in the United States. FDA has approved. So a submission was made, and the submission went through successfully, and the products are now officially approved by the Food and Drug Administration in the United States. So we can have every product approved that way. As a concluding thought, simply put, priority should be to transform the traditional Chinese medicine as well as the Ayurvedic and herbal medicine, Unani medicine, from an experience-based, that is what the basis is of those systems, to a evidence-based, which means we do research and we submit data to the regulatory agencies proving that these products are safe, effective, and marketable. Evidence-based medicine through innovation and differentiation. And that, I feel, should be the priority of the day. So with that, I conclude my preparation. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. I kindly request Dr. Shinubabu Gadela to please felicitate you with the certificate. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. Please give them a big round of applause. Now watch the live streaming of International Conference on Traditional and Alternative Medicine on www.youtube.com/OMICS International. Thank you for the keynote forum. We'll go for a group photograph now. Let's have a commemorative photograph with all the keynote speakers and all the delegates together. Let's have this photograph together, and then we'll go for a short coffee break for 15 minutes. I kindly request all the delegates, all the honorable guests to please be here so that we can have a small commemorative photograph. Request Dr. Mandal, Dr. Mohammed, Dr. David, Dr. Nurulaini Kifli, and Dr. Shinubabu sir to please be on the stage, and all other delegates to please be near on the stage so that we can have a photograph. Probably we can listen to the instructions of the photographer. He can guide us how to stand and all. We can have few guests on the stage as well. I think we may not be able to have a photo in one click. Probably we'll have groups. So we'll have 2 photographs or 3, depending upon the requirement. Okay, so can we have around, people we have on stage, we can have 1 photo and then we can have another click. We'll have multiple clicks. Let's first have the photograph with the people on the stage, near the stage. Thank you so much. Can we have the second photograph, please? The delegates which were not able to be there for the first one, can we have second photograph? Don't worry, we can have third as well. Just don't worry, we'll have photos.
One more. Okay. Yeah. One more. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have another third click for all the delegates who have not got any photo? We can have third and final click. Sorry. Let's have the last click of the day, and then we'll proceed ahead with the coffee break. Few guests can be on the stage. This is the third and the last click. Yes. Yeah, I think people at the back, they are not visible. So we can have another click, don't worry. We can have another click. Let's wait for our turn. Yeah. So I think last click, few guests will be disappointed otherwise. We'll have last click, another one, and then we'll proceed further with the coffee break. The last click, whosoever was not able to get a photograph done, we can have one. Anybody who wish to have a second click can come on the stage. Yeah. Thank you so much, all the delegates, all the honorable guests, for such a wonderful commemorative photograph. We'll proceed further with the coffee break. We'll have a short coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we'll resume the session at 12:20. I kindly request all the speakers to please submit their presentation to me here so that we can be ready beforehand. Dr. Rao will be speaking on the outcomes, measurements, history and relevance of traditional and alternative medicines. Please welcome Dr. Rao on the stage.
Welcome here. My talk, actually our chairman and co-chairman emphasized on the outcomes measurements, and they have forcibly did so even before my presentation. Way back in 1990, I think most of you are not born, I was trying to focus on the outcomes research. I was in touch with one of the FDSP officer, he's, I think, associate director of FDA. I told him, sir, I'm looking for a PhD project, quality of life measurements. And he said, Rao, either you're an idiot or a scholar. But that is 1990s. And I said, no, I don't want to be an idiot, sir, but I want to be a scholar. And he said, FDA didn't even start to measure these quality of life measures, even the cancer patients. What are your subjects? I told him my subjects would be hypertensive subjects. Way long you have to wait out to get your work recognition. In 1999, only the FDA released documents on the patient-reported outcomes, 9 years after. And India, it has not even taken off. It's good for me. But anyway, what I would try to do is, unless we back up the alternative medicine with the outcomes measures, we may not be competitive in future. Let me start with a good quote. Happened was Dr. Helmut Sees receives the 7th Linus Pauling Institute Prize for his health research from Paul's Fry. Here is Dr. Sees did a lot of work on stress. That is, actually, he is the one who used the word oxidative stress. And he has heavily contributed to the promotion of the natural therapies. And actually, a little bit of damage was done. I know it is out of the track, but 2 seconds I will take. Do you believe in magic, the sense and nonsense of alternative medicine? A book was written by Dr. Offit. Maybe the Sinus Pauling Institute came out with this is the book, which has done a lot of damage to our so-called, traditional medicine or alternative medicine. And it has got a lot of impact worldwide. They keep tracking your vitamins, that is the LPI response to the Offit article. And that is the vitamin myth, why we think we need supplements. That is a number of interviews were given. But why I brought this up, the criticism are loaded because alternative medicine doesn't have a support of the outcomes measures. Okay? I think unless we equip ourselves with these outcome measures, solid data, we may not in a position to competitive stage in future. This is why you need outcomes, because it's the affordability that is important to improve, and because the healthcare costs are rising worldwide. It is in India is the top here, and in other countries. Healthcare allocations are always limited. To control the spiraling healthcare costs, healthcare allocations across the world are limited. To maximize the minimal resources spending, the questions asked, does the intervention work? And if so, does it better than the alternatives? That is a comparative clinical effectiveness momentum that is gaining in USA. How it works? Now, Florence Nightingale was the first, we can say the history dates back when she determined that death was the crude outcome measure, and wounds, infections kill more soldiers than bullets. As you know, she is a good statistician, according to me, because I am a pharmacoepidemiologist. She used to document the side effects of the drugs, and nursing administration are the 2 interventions she used. Next, followed by the Ernest Emery Codman, is a Boston-based pediatrician, orthopedic, and his health status patient was determined before, after the intervention, that is surgery. He followed the patients over a year, and each patient was given a card, and where operating surgeon used to document it. But he has faced the heavy criticism from his own colleagues. Almost, he was a very heartbroken guy. People called him as an eccentric because he wanted to have a transparency in the outcomes measures of hospital. So this is the first scientist ever this Donovan model, where he started the structure measure, and he says the outpatient. In between, he has brought in the process controls. A lot of controls were there, but the model did not get appreciated by many scientists. Here is his picture. Outcomes, by and large, remain the ultimate validation of the effectiveness or quality of the medical care. That was his message to the world. This is one of the tools widely used to measure the quality of life of the patients. It has a physical and role physical, bodily pain, general health, mental health component. It's very widely used. It is known as a gold standard quality of life assessment scales. I know it is very difficult for me to justify the topic, and a lot of resource material I have brought it, and anyone is interested to have the tools or the resources for this, I will voluntarily share all my information what I have. Because my entire 18 years stay as an academician in USA, I used to teach the pharmacoepidemiology as well as pharmacoeconomics, another subject that is related to that. So in my research there or here continues to be the measurement of quality of life as a tool, as an outcome, is one of the outcome measures only. This is the ECHO model, which has different compartments, but it is basically, I can say, to keep the time, economic outcomes, holistic outcomes, and they are the clinical outcomes. And Dr. Mandal mentioned the clinical outcomes, and also time for us to go for economic outcomes as well. The drug may be producing the clinical outcomes, but it may be costly. So you have to measure the economic outcomes as well. That is cost-efficient ratio or cost-benefit analysis. Mostly cost-efficient ratios are adopted because natural units are incorporated into the cost-effectiveness ratio. This is the widely accepted ECHO model. Next, followed by, this is the healthy quality-adjusted life years. You measure the quality of life, and you always plot it before intervention. Yeah, this is without intervention, and this is with the intervention. You find that is the intervention between death and also full recovery. The perfect health is 0. So the quality-adjusted life years are another tool generally used in pharmacoeconomic models. DAL is daily adjusted life years, because this is the measure World Bank uses, World Health uses, because to determine the disease burden. Every disease, and these measures are released by the World Bank every year, annually. Now, I want to ask these fellows where to send this. India is free to download their opening channel anywhere if they want. Patient outcomes has clinician reported, physiological reported, caregiver reported, as well as the patient reported. But the patient reported outcomes are widely accepted because it is the patient who tells you how he is feeling after taking the intervention. It may be any tracker, maybe allopathic, maybe natural, or maybe herbal. He is the one. His words are the final. So that's a patient report outcomes documents. But I don't know, many of you may be knowing this. there is a newly added dimension for the health definition, World Health. There are petitions filed before World Health to include the spirituality. It means not only physical, mental, and social, but also spiritual domain to be included as overall health. So this is very advantageous for the traditional medicine, because traditional medicine, they are very close to the healing process, whole body you take into consideration. This is the, in fact, I have some questionnaires framed by the World Health Organization. I have done already a few projects. It's an additional domain. Spiritual domain is an added advantage. WHO, QOL, and spirituality assessment scale, 136 items. It's a questionnaire. I have assessed in Washington, D.C., in the Howard University when I was working as assistant professor, and Cancer Clinic, Hyderabad here, because the spiritual domain has become very important for the patient, especially cancer, when someone is very close to death. And now a question comes, when alternative medicine becomes medicine? My answer would be, when it is strongly supported by outcomes data, alternative can become a medicine. And I know you have to compete, cost, competitiveness, and comparability. Patient-reported outcomes are defined by FDA and also the ISPOR, International Society for Pharmaceutical Outcomes and Research. It is defined. It's an umbrella term that includes the outcome data reported directly by the patient. It's one source of data that may be used to describe a patient's condition and response to treatment. It includes outcomes as global impressions, functional status, well-being, symptoms, and health-related quality of life, satisfaction with the treatment, and treatment adherence, that is, compliance to treatment. Now, this is a FDA, I looked at this figure from the FDA document, which is available internet, www.fda.gov. It has framed the how to design patient-reported outcomes for your own disease or for your own specialty where you are interested to investigate. And it has different guidelines, different stages, how to come up with your own PRO, patient-reported outcomes instrument. Now, this is I'll come to it. Evidence-based medicine, as Dr. Mandal mentioned, as well as Dr. Khan mentioned. That's what we need, and for that you need outcomes data. Now, Economics Nobel Prize 2013 was awarded to the three economists, Feynman, Hansen, that efficient market hypothesis. And Robert Schiller is irrational exuberance, is just opposite, behavioral economist. It's a divergent views are rewarded by the Nobel Committee. There are two opposite views, but three scientists were rewarded despite they have the divergent, conflicting opinions. Same case is the chemistry. Newtonian chemistry as well as the quantum physics and Newtonian physics were rewarded by World Nobel Prize Committee. The divergent views are respected by the Nobel Prize. When that happens in chemistry and also in economics, why not? Newtonian quantum physics together were awarded Nobel Prize. Market and behavioral scientists blessed with the Nobel Prize. When traditional medicine and alternative medicine fortified with the solid outcomes hard data, it becomes a medicine. Very soon it may bag a mixed Nobel Prize. Thank you. These are my details. I have the resource material as well as the wherever you want any information. I will give you my email and also my website. Any questions?
Yes, I think thank you for your presentation. I believe the economic outcome is very important in the practice of medicine or whatever you look at, because whatever we do, we have to translate our activity into the economy, that we cannot be too superfluous, expenditure that no one can afford to. So affordability is very important in the practice of medicine.
And I think another momentum is going on in the US case of the comparative clinical effectiveness research. Comparative clinical effectiveness research means the traditional medicine can compete with the mainstream medicine, provided you submit data. NIH promotes the research, comparative clinical effectiveness research programs internationally. So it is time for us to compete the mainstream with our proposals backed by economic data. Clinical data, economic data is very important because effectiveness ratios are obtained by, numerator is the dollar or the rupee or whatever the value of the currency, divided by the natural outcomes. That is the effectiveness ratios. So the incremental effectiveness ratios, if you calculate and appeal, and your proposal will be accepted. Your medicine, your proposals, that is the best source for us to apply for the international grants even. Because that is the mainstream, that is where the competition is going on.
We can take a few more questions from the audience. If anyone would like to ask questions. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I just wanted to know that in these models which you were referring to, ECHO model and the QL comparisons, the results which we get, the outcomes, are they quantitative?
Yeah.
Quantitative, or how are they optimized?
The quantitative measurements, because you are taking the clinical measurements, whatever is there. Yeah. If it is a blood pressure, it is a systolic, diastolic measurements. And also, when you go for the holistic outcome, another component, you measure the quality of life measurements.
Yeah.
Quality of life measurements at different scales. For a disease, there are generally one model. Disease-based instruments are available internet everywhere, or even World Health has a lot of scales for disease. You can design your own quality of life scale based on your experience and based on the subjects, what are the responses. So that is one way. When you get your quality of life scale, and one way you have the dollar or the rupees, whatever it is, you have the ratios. So these are very, very scientifically determined measures, outcome measures. Ultimate aim, as Dr. Khan and Mandal mentioned, it is the patient who decides. It's not the government. One patient brought into the picture, he has a lot of freedom. That may be a medicine from natural, herbal, or mainstream. It is he who decides the medicine. So this is the time for us to grab that opportunity and design patient-reported outcomes measures and support our whatever the molecule you are trying to promote.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Any more questions, please? That's it. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. That was a really nice presentation. I kindly request Dr. Rao to please collect his certificate from our chair and co-chair. Kindly give them a big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Raymond from Robert Gordon University. He's going to talk about capillary electrophoresis in the profiling and authentication of herbal medicines. Please welcome Dr. Raymond on the stage.
I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me to talk today. My work is mainly on the capillary electrophoresis and profiling and authentication of herbal medicines. I'm an analytical chemist, so I'm quite keen on developing profiles for various herbal medicines. and trying to use statistical analysis to authenticate them. Herbal medicines still have a traditional reputation of safety. The nomenclature of plant species can lead to problems in what you get over the counter in some areas. Also problems with the active ingredients, the quality, and unfortunately, substitution of individual ingredients as well. In the UK now, herbal medicines have to meet a specific safety and quality, and the MHRA has introduced from the 30th of April that all manufactured herbal medicines will have to be authorised to be sold in the UK. This means that they will no longer be able to sell unlicensed herbal medicines in the UK. However, herbal medicines can still be bought off the internet and sometimes can be there are some weaknesses in the public health protection given by this regime. Remedies supplied are not subject to specific quality or safety. We need some way of checking that the medicines we get or buy are safe. I'm going to be talking mainly about a specific genus of plants, namely Scutellaria. This is sometimes known as skullcap. And we bought various samples of Scutellaria from locations around the world, and the medical uses of Scutellaria are as follows. Used as an anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-cancer, antiviral, and antibacterial. My main aim was involved in the antioxidant side of the Scutellaria. Scutellaria constituents are, these are the main ones: bicillin, bicalin, woganin, scutellarin, oroxylin, viscodulin, and woganside. In my analysis that we do not actually measure any of these specific components as such. We buy the sample from the herbal practitioners or the internet, and we powder them in a coffee grinder. We extract the samples with acetic acid using ultrasonication for 60 minutes. For the capillary electrophoresis side, we need to add an internal standard, in this case, Flavone itself. The samples are then filtered and made up to a specific volume with a buffer. These are the samples purchased, as you can see, from around the world. The Amoena was purchased in China. Scutellaria bicalensis, an authentic sample, and another sample was purchased in China. During holiday periods in Thailand and from friends in Thailand, we got 7 samples, and from the UK, we got another 7. Another sample was purchased in Malaysia, and Lateriflora samples from UK and America. I don't know if all of you or any of you are familiar with capillary electrophoresis, an analytical technique for the separation using electroosmotic flow. And this gives us various parts of the system. We obviously need a detector because we're going to measure the UV characteristics of each of the samples. Our samples are injected through these vials, and we get separation. The technique I am using is called a sweeping method. It uses a silica column and with a various complicated running buffer. I inject samples by applying a pressure, and as you'll note there, quite a long time. Normally, capillary electrophoresis only uses a very small time. Our detection we do at 200 nanometers. We are using the 200 nanometers to detect as many compounds as possible. And to do the running, we apply a 25 kilovolt voltage. Our sweeping process, we have our buffer in the capillary. We inject our sample, as shown in the yellow part. That's only under pressure. We then apply the voltage, and the band is swept into a very narrow band, and then allowed to separate. The separation can be governed by the amount of methanol in our mobile phase. This is an electropherogram of the Scutellaria bicalensis. You will note that some of the peaks are very high. We were trying to develop a complete fingerprint of the sample, so we wanted to see the smaller components as well. So that is the bicalensis. The lateriflora, you will note, looks fairly similar. To try and differentiate them without just looking at the samples, we apply multivariate statistical analysis. And this helps to visualize large amounts of data. We can use two types, unsupervised or supervised. Unsupervised means, first of all, you have no knowledge of your samples. And in our analysis, we are going to focus on hierarchical cluster analysis, HCA for short. Once we know the groupings, or when we know the groupings that they have, we can apply another technique, this time called SIMCA, Soft Independent Modeling of Class Analogy. And this is going to allow us to make predictions. For all the samples, we need to get some statistical analysis for them. We have to make 10 extractions of each sample to give us some variable data. As we said previously, no attempt was made to identify individual components. So none of the bicalin, bicaline, woganin were actually measured essentially. We measure relative migration times and relative peak area using the internal standard flavon, and we noted 28 peaks for the chromatograms, or the electropherograms. And we use an Excel spreadsheet. We use a software called Pirouette to do the hierarchical cluster analysis. And on the screen, you will see various, what they call trees and branches. You can set the similarity as noted by the dotted line. And we had 3 different species, Lateriflora, Bicalensis, and Amoena. And if we set that, all our samples fell into the correct area. I say that, unfortunately, it didn't all fit. One of our samples actually matched up with Scutellaria lateriflora instead of Scutellaria bicalensis. As I said, we can adjust the similarity, this time this figure shows you we have got 4 groups. And they can match up to samples bought in various locations. So the Thailand samples were all clustered together. Samples purchased in Malaysia and Glasgow also matched up. The unfortunate information we didn't have at this time was where the samples were grown, when they were harvested, and their age of samples. So we could have grouped them into any amount of samples. What we did after this is plot them in the 3 groups on a 3D plot, the Simca. And you can see the 3 groups are well separated from each other. And we can use this to make predictions. What we do is split the data into 2 groups, training and unknowns. And this training set is used to build a model which we can use then to predict what the sample class is. When we did this, we got very good predictions of our unknowns, on average 94% correct. As I said previously, 1 sample was actually included with Lateriflora. The sample purchased was sold to us as Scutellaria bicalensis, but unfortunately in our analysis it matched up with Lateriflora. So we may have been sold the wrong species as such. I think I'm well ahead of schedule here, so maybe good. Our conclusions: CE and multivariate statistics was able to differentiate different Scutellaria species. The method also identified a sample in the wrong grouping or was sold wrong to us. Finally, it may also be possible to identify samples grown in different locations when they were harvested and the specific age of the components. This would obviously take quite a lot of work, and we are still continuing to analyze herbal medicines using analytical techniques, chromatographic techniques. I would like to acknowledge a few people, especially Professor Jindawan Boonskal from Thammasat University in Thailand, Dr. Suzanne Boyle, formerly of the Robert Gordon University, now in Manchester, and Dr. David Durham from the Robert Gordon University. Thank you for your attention, and I will happily try and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Yes. Let me start. Professor Reid, thank you very much for your pretty illuminating and innovative type of study. I just want to mention to you historically that I was at the University of Edinburgh in 1968 as a fellow of the Medical Research Council of Great Britain, at that time still called Great Britain, not United Kingdom, by the way. But that's a side way. I think you're doing a great job. But my question is, have you tried any of the Croatia, I have a difficulty pronouncing, any of the items that you mentioned, anti-cancer, of course your interest in antioxidant. So have you done any preliminary work in that area yet?
We have been doing work on the antioxidant side of these compounds. I have not done any of the other studies on these areas. I was only trying for the authentication and develop profiles for these 3 these samples and see how we could match it up with other herbal medicines. We have worked with other herbal medicines, and my colleague will speak about them tomorrow and things on that area.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Very interesting. But which is the ill of the process? Ill. The ill of the process. Yes.
What do you mean by yield? I don't understand
rendiment. Outcome. Ahí está, outcome.
Okay. The outcomes, what we are trying to prove is that you need to know if the species you had is the correct species, essentially. We're trying to show that we go and survey various shops, and are they selling the correct ingredient? Or are they selling Scutellaria lateriflora, Scutellaria, other types of species, essentially? You maybe pay good money for one type of the Scutellaria and get a different product. And that's what we're trying to show.
Yes, but is more sensible than an HPLC, because these compounds must be analyzed by HPLC because are charged. Yes? Because of the, wait. Because of the way of extraction and because these are flavonoids. Yes? They are ionic.
Yes.
Well, this process that you developed is more sensible than the HPLC?
I have done the HPLC. I have done HPLC analysis of these compounds as well. Capillary electrophoresis is a much higher efficiency separation method than HPLC.
Yes.
So we can separate compounds much better using capillary electrophoresis than we can using HPLC. And that's why I went down the line of capillary electrophoresis, just for the higher separating power.
Because it's possible to make a fine analysis if you have an HPLC MS. You see? Yes. Then you can analyze each of the compounds.
Agreed, but I was of no need to identify any component. All I was trying to do is get a profile and use that profile to...
Yes, because I think that there are some methods that are easier. For example, a TLC. For example, a TLC.
It looks like Dr. Susan want to counter defeat.
Hello. May I just add one or two comments? Tomorrow we will speak about HPLC and we'll speak about measuring antioxidant capacity in the same herbs. What Raymond was doing was looking at a method of showing maybe adulteration or authenticity, and he picked up in CE because he said it's very efficient, but it's also very fast. So he's achieving his resolution or separations in less than 5 minutes. The comparable HPLC method was taken 45 minutes, so we'll show that data tomorrow. So we were answering two quite separate research questions, and we'll address the second set tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Looks like that's the answer looking, Mata looking. You got the questions? Okay.
Just one just a question. I wanted to know whether you could subject any fingerprint for the same type of cluster analysis or a PCA. You could apply, so essentially you need to generate a data bank of fingerprints to be able to authenticate it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's what we're hoping for anyway.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raymond. That was a very nice presentation and definitely a very interactive session as well. Now we'll move on to our further presentation. I kindly request Dr. Raymond to please collect your certificate from our chair and co-chair before moving on to the further presentation. Please give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. I kindly request Dr. Nurulaini Kifli from University Brunei Darussalam to please present her talk on prevalence and factors affecting the use of traditional medicine in Brunei Darussalam. Please welcome Dr. Nurulaini.
Right. Good afternoon. Once again, my presentation will be on prevalence and factors affecting the use of traditional medicine in my country, Brunei Darussalam. I must acknowledge my co-researcher, Zoin, and also Linda, who is a pharmacist at the Ministry of Health. Zoin is an epidemiologist, and few of recruited research assistants that we have employed during conducting this study. Right, if I bring you to where we are now, we are in Hyderabad, and where we are located, Brunei is one of the Southeast Asian countries. We are one of the ASEAN countries, surrounded by East Malaysia. It's located in the Borneo Island, so as you can guess, we are still covered with 70% of forests, rainforest. So that's the flag of Brunei, and the capital city is Bandar Seri Begawan. So we are still a small country. Our population is only 400,000. So I would like to promote more on Brunei. So you are most welcome to come to my country. It is still covered by the rainforest, and we are a Muslim country, so you will see a lot of mosques. And we have been known as the Venice of the East. We still have that water village, people living in the water village. So moving on, back to my presentation. The study that we did is on, it's a survey study that we conducted for the whole country. So the overview of my presentation will be introduction, aim, method, outcome of the study, summary and discussion, and also conclusion. So as an introduction, the use of traditional medicine and complementary alternative medicine are common in ASEAN countries, including Brunei. My colleague from the Ministry of Health, Dr. Chong, did a study on the prevalence and predictive factors on CAM, complementary alternative medicine in Brunei, that has been published. But our group wanted to know about the traditional medicine. Yeah. So this is a cross-sectional study where we assess the prevalence of traditional medicine use among Bruneian, which will include the predictive factors, perceptions, and also attitudes and practice of traditional medicine. So WHO has defined traditional medicine as diverse health practices, approach, knowledge, and belief incorporating plant, animal, and or mineral-based medicine, including spiritual therapies, manual technique, and exercise, which applied singularly or combination to maintain well-being as well as to treat, diagnose, or prevent illness. We have put all this definition to our participant of the survey so that they understand what is traditional medicine as defined by WHO. Whereas complementary alternative medicine refer to a broad set of healthcare practices that are not part of the country's own tradition and are not integrated into the dominant healthcare system. Right, this is I reference this from a meeting that's been through in Manila in 2001, where they have elaborated the TM, traditional medicine use in Western Pacific region. And as you can see, it's quite common in most countries. So the type of traditional medicine that are used in Brunei are divided into 4 types. That I've put Malay, Ubat Kampong. That's mostly like from the traditional old folks belief, where I guess it's also similar like Indian herbals, where they use roots and decoction, where they boil the roots and also drink the preparation for example, for well-being after giving birth, for example, yeah. And traditional Chinese medicine are coming from herbs and medicinal plants. Indonesian Jamu, as you can see, our geographical location, we are more influenced towards the there's some influence from Indonesia, so some Indonesian Jamu are well used as well in Brunei, and Indian herbals as well, Ayurveda. So we have classified this in our study. So first and foremost, the aim of our study is to investigate the extent of TM used in Brunei and to study the Bruneians' perceptions, attitude, knowledge and practices on the use of TM, and to compare the practices on the use of TM with conventional medicine. Are they using conventional medicine, so like for hypertension or diabetic? So diabetes, I mean. So they are. Patients are still doing that, yeah, and to address the cost implication with the use of traditional medicine. So our study was done back in 2007 and 2008 for a year. As I mentioned earlier, we employed 3 research assistants and we trained them. So they go to this Brunei is divided into 4 districts. So this is a map of Brunei. So as you can see, the main district which are most populated is the Bandar Seri Begawan. So this is where we did the study at the hospital and also health centers. Temburong is least populated. We also did it in the remote area and also in the remote area of Tutong and also remote area of the other district, which is Kuala Belait and Seria. The methodology, there are around 2,400 respondents respond to our survey questionnaire. Although it's random sampling, and we analyze it using SPSS version 16 for data management and analysis with the help of a statistician. The questionnaire are by interview. We modify it from the pilot study, and then we train our researcher to question the participants. It's a semi-structured questionnaire including open-ended question. We inform consent is obtained, and it consists of 27-item questionnaires. The questions consist of Malay and also English. Malay is the mother tongue language of Brunei. So demographic characterization of the respondents. Most of them are at the age of 37% at the age of 18 to 30, the red colored coded, yeah. Whereas 7% are from the range of 31 to 45. So I would say the participants of the study are quite from a young age, yeah. And most of them are female, 68% of them. So I guess female respond more to questionnaire. I don't know why. Status of respondent, most of them are employed with the government. As you can see, we are a country run by the government, so most of our population are also employed by the government and less from the private sectors. And ethnicity, we have various ethnic groups in Brunei. Mainly 85% are Malay, and then 15% are Chinese. So this is relates, this questionnaire, the result relates to the Brunei population. When we ask about the knowledge, surprisingly, traditional medicine, 24% would answer that they take together with conventional medicine. Although I will reveal later, some of them would not declare it to their doctors, which is interesting, which I believe in the presentation of our key plenary speakers will have revealed that. So it's not surprising, it's similar pattern. And 35% conventional medicines are better than traditional medicines. That's their knowledge, okay? And the other complementary therapy that they've tried is massage. As outcome of the study, I'll try to finish as soon as possible. 59% would say yes, they responded to traditional medicine. And in terms of ethnic group, there's similarity between Malay and Chinese. And interestingly, when we categorize it, above 56 years old patient or participants of that age, different ethnic group and gender, we clarified it. The blue bar is where female, and as you can see, it's again Malay. And most of them are taking local herbs. So these are, like, as I mentioned earlier, preparation for losing weight for after maternity. Yeah. And then when do they use traditional medicine? Most of them say it's more than a year ago, but 42% say less than a year. And duration of traditional medicine use, 38% are taking it daily. And why do they use it? Because for general health and vitality. And most of them perceive that traditional medicine are safe. Again, this is similar pattern that we can see elsewhere. Why is it safe? Because it has been traditionally practiced over the decades. And they claim that there's no side effect with using traditional medicine. They use conventional medicine, and as I mentioned earlier, 73% would say no, they wouldn't report it to the doctor. So that's interesting. And how do they use it? They took it together, but then at a different time. They say it's easily available, and the source of traditional medicine are from traditional and spiritual healer, and also from specialized shops. So average cost is below $10. That's like $7 US. So in summary, I summarize it that. I won't elaborate more because I lack of time now and discussion. But there'll be more picture. I acknowledge my colleague and my reference. That's our new building of the university. And these are more pictures from Brunei. Please welcome to Brunei. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
A good presentation. I'm very stimulated by your proactive nature that you are working on this. I also want to mention that this is the second time I'm hearing. Remember, the women are now the leading force of the society. Men are getting lazy. They always sleep too much, don't do too much work. Women leading the world now. So you have shown that. As well as I saw in Warsaw, Poland last month, only that the women are less hypertensive because they take better care of the health. So my question is, it is quite common, even in US, my patient tell me they use herbal medicine and vitamin supplement, this and that. So I think it is true that many people, patient, they use supplement, but they don't tell their doctor they are doing it. You know, yes. So I think it is important for you to look into really very critically that whether this mixed traditional medicine and herbal medicine are complementing each other. So that could be a plus for the herbal medicine.
Thank you for the comment. Thank you. We'll take it up.
Questions?
We'll also be communicating with the Ministry of Health to inform them about our research study, outcome of this study.
Yeah, I have a question. Here.
Hi.
Yeah. In the selection of your population for the study, you had grouped one which was 18 to 30 and the other in the 50-plus group, the age group.
Yes.
So what was the data looking like? The use of medicine was more in the senior citizen group? Or
senior citizen, 56 years and above, 71% of that survey participant.
Okay, versus the anything in the pediatric range?
Pediatric, I have to go back. No, because I believe we only interviewed above 16 to 85 years old, so no data on pediatric. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Any more questions?
It's not a question, but a general observation. The earlier speaker, Dr. Mandal, and everyone is heavily stressing the point that the people who take alternative medicine or other form of medicine, they don't report to their doctors. But the question is, even if they report to doctor, whether doctor will understand that. And mostly because he doesn't understand it, he will discourage them to take it.
I agree with that. I think that's what the fear of the patient, that the most doctor would not agree. I tell them that I really don't know about this, so I think that's a negative impact on the part of our right. That's why they don't report.
Thanks a lot for that.
I may add to this comment. I think it's a question of educating the masses, at the same time educating the pharmacists and educating the doctors. In Canada, for example, the use of herbals is very frequent, and the side effects which have been appearing, they have been reported in the press, and the doctors have been worried about it. So now, when a patient goes to a doctor, one of the questions the doctor does ask the patient is, are you taking any supplements? What kind of supplements? When the patient takes the prescription to the pharmacy, the pharmacist, after dispensing the prescription, does ask, are you taking any herbals or traditional Chinese medicine? If so, then they have a good bank of interactive drug results, and they will say, no, don't take grapefruit juice with this. Don't take garlic with this. Don't take ginger with this. So they give a good classification of what is to be taken, what is not to be taken with the dispensed medication. So it is a question of mass teaching mass
awareness,
dispersal of the facts.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Any more questions? Thanks. We request our chair members to present the certificate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nurulani. Please collect your certificate from our chair and co-chair. Very, very informative presentation, I'm sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Sanjay Solanki. He will be speaking on Vedic vibrational healing. He's from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Please welcome Dr. Sanjay on the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm not a doctor. Bit of butterflies in my stomach standing before the scientific fraternity. I am from accounting fraternity. I'm a chartered accountant and a cost accountant. And I've done some pioneering work on vibrational healing, which I would like to put forth before you. We'll have an introduction. We'll move beyond the Newtonian mechanics, look into biology beyond Newtonian mechanics. We'll talk on V-Heal, which is the subject. I'll present some case studies before you, and then we'll conclude the session. Since time immemorial, the study of disease and its remedies has captivated humankind. Today, modern medicine has gained prominence and widespread acceptance as the preferred method of curing diseases. However, it is also true that in spite of investing billions of dollars in research and development, answers for many diseases has remained elusive. Today, we are living with more heart disease, increased arthritis, diabetes, insulin resistance, high blood pressure, etc. The list seems endless, with no hope in sight. Even though we know the function of every gene in the genome, we still do not understand how the human body or the brain works. I would like to quote Dr. Baltimore, who spoke on Human Genome Project and said that understanding what gives our complexity remains a challenge for the future. It is time to move beyond reductionism and lay foundation for new biology, of complex life systems. Convergence of different methods of treatment, mainstream or alternative, shall understand our understanding, leading to the development of more rational treatment, improved therapies, and novel ways of intervention. This will lead to more effective and appropriate treatment. There is a profound evolutionary shift that is taking place in the world that can be seen in the growing recognition of the fundamental role of energy plays in healing. We are now in the process of revising the past centuries' biochemical concept, under which all major life processes which are chemical in nature, to one that proposes that such processes are electromagnetic in nature. We cannot continue to ignore a universal force, particularly one that controls all chemical reactions, all cellular events. I would like to quote Stephen Hawking here, who said that electromagnetism controls all chemical reactions, or for that matter, life itself. In the recent past, several scientific studies have come out with observation that complex biological processes are profoundly influenced by invisible forces, including electromagnetic spectrum, which comprises of microwaves, radio frequencies, the visible light spectrum, acoustic frequencies, etc. Electromagnetic frequencies having its own specific patterns are said to regulate DNA, RNA, protein synthesis, alteration of protein shape and its function, gene regulation, cell division, cell differentiation, hormone secretion, nerve function, etc. In essence, it can be said that all the invisible forces and electromagnetic spectrum are harbinger on which all fundamental biological processes are based. Energetic signaling mechanisms such as electromagnetic frequencies are 100 times more efficient than chemical signals, such as hormones and neurotransmitters, in relaying information within the biological systems. Recent groundbreaking research has proved that integral membrane proteins have stimulus response mechanism which can translate vibrational energy fields such as light, radio frequencies, etc. into cellular behavior. These are important findings because they acknowledge that biological behavior can be controlled by invisible forces, external as well as internal. We Heal redefines healing as it intends to treat diseases on methods which have never been perceived before. It is a transformational system of healing which is unique and is based on vibrations and subtle energies. The therapy is first of its kind, which is holistic as well as integrative in nature. We Heal merges ancient wisdom, modern research, and available knowledge, mainstream or alternative. It is a scintillating outcome of cross-pollination, blending all that we know with what is still unknown in the realm of healing. We Heal is non-intrusive form of healing which aims at transmission of required tailor-made frequency information into the subtle body to influence and facilitate an appropriate healing process. The energy field of the patient is analyzed using unique diagnostic methods, tracing the cause of diseases to the missing streams of energy. Vedic methods and resultant materials are used to reinitiate missing streams of energy. The material so obtained is encapsulated in a wearable device, which is in the form of a locket, amulet, or a pendant. The personalized device, that is We Heal, is to be worn by the patient around his neck, or for that matter, any part of the body. Within 100 days, this has been my observation for all the cases I've handled, within 100 days, significant changes in the medical condition of the patients can be observed. No other change in lifestyle is suggested. The conditions keep on improving month after month till optimal state is reached. For the present study, I would like to put forth 3 cases of diabetes, 3 cases on autoimmune skin disorders, that is psoriasis and atopic dermatitis, and 3 cases on migraine. The first case of diabetes, he is a male, 61-year-old, and the reading before he came to us was 198 and 274, and 2012, the last report which I have, it has reduced to 93 and 138. Additionally, the patient has also reported that he has observed reduction in fatigue, hunger pangs, extreme constipation, and enhanced immunity and vitality. The subject 2 is a male who is 33 years of age. He came in the month of June. His process started in the month of June. His readings were 156 and 253. And the latest report which I have is 108 and 166. The subject 3, he is 36-year-old. He came with not a lot of deviation, but he came to me, and the details are provided. The patient has also reported reduction in body pain and increase in body strength. Now I come to more interesting part, that is autoimmune skin disorders. The first subject is a male, age 48. The subject had rough skin under his feet, sole, and it was intensely itchy at times. The skin also cracked and was bleeding. He was suffering from disease for almost 10 years. After 3 months of starting the program, his feet became completely normal and only minimal traces were left on the legs. The second subject is a male, age 47. The subject had intense itching, rashes, skin peeling, darkened skin, dandruff. After using V-Heal for 5 months, the subject has reported significant changes in all the above medical conditions, and his dependence on steroids has gone down by almost 70%. The third subject is a female, aged 13, suffering from atopic dermatitis. The subject had skin inflammation and raised brown patches all over the body, except face, since 3 years. After using for V-Heal for 9 months, she is almost out of the problem and totally independent of steroids. Now I come to migraine. The subject suffered from intense headache, particularly during summer season. She was extremely photosensitive. Presently, the subject has reported significant reduction in her problem, and she doesn't use any painkillers. The second subject is a female who is aged 41. The subject had migraine affecting left side of her head and temple region. The problem intensified during menstrual cycle, exposure to bright light, anxiety, consumption of food items, and extreme cold or hot conditions. Presently, the patient has also reported significant reduction in her problem, and her dependence on painkillers have significantly gone down. The third patient, he is a male, age 51. The subject had severe headache coupled with severe pain in his left eye, and it was oozing. Water was oozing out of it for almost 10 years. He tried all the other areas of medicine, that is mainstream as well as traditional, but he did not get any help. Currently, the patient has reported that he has completely gone out of the problem, and he does not depend on any medication. All methods of treatment, mainstream or alternative, have their shortcomings. So the best possible thing would be to converge all available technologies or methods to meet the noble objective of restoring a diseased human organism to its best possible state of health and well-being. This research offers a novel perspective for therapy engineering, opens a wide road for innovative treatment discoveries, and searching for new ways for curing illness. In this study, the patient-centered outcome provides convincing and compelling evidence on therapeutic efficacy of V-Heal. V-Heal provides a new perspective of understanding to disease alleviation and well-being. It requires a great leap in thinking beyond the limitations imposed by deterministic explanation and causal intervention. V-Heal overcomes self-imposed limitations of existing realm by transcending the established narrow paradigm and offers framework based on dynamic energy system that more fully describes the multidimensional human being. It is an important shift of perspective and an evolutionary as well as a revolutionary step in the development of New Age medicine. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Dr. Sanjay Solanki. I mean, that's a different presentation we would expect for such a conference. Thanks a lot.
Pardon?
Thanks a lot for bringing such a different presentation to us.
Next presentation is?
No, thanks a lot for bringing us such a wonderful presentation.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Dr. Anil, would you like to?
Yes, I think you did a wonderful job, but I want to mention that there is no question about endurance I use the word, simple word, endurance. You cannot compete with the endurance with the pain medicine. For instance, getting a little cut and you automatically prescribe morphine for the pain is not the way. You have to endure. And I think it is not new to me. I have heard in India, even after post-surgery, no prescription, patient did not ask for morphine or Demerol or all kinds of medicine because they have already learned to endure. That's how it's called self-perpetuating way of overcome the disease process. But what I like to commend on you, that you have ordered 2-hour postprandial glucose, which I don't see in US, even by diabetologists or the nephrologist. So I commend you for that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Any more questions?
The pain perception has a religious connotation. In some cultures, the pain is caused today to you because something you have done in the previous births. Some people welcome it. They say, let it get the pain, let me suffer here, so the next birth I will be okay. That is another pointer I will try to add. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. One final question.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, go on.
I have some backup data also for the skin disorders. What are the prescriptions are there suggested by the medical science and what his conditions are, and a photograph also of one patient who was extremely suffering from the problem. So if anybody would like to share it, I'd more than happy to share it with you.
Yeah, I have a question. So for your diabetic study, how many patients have you recruited? You have shown the data of 3 patients.
This is a new therapy.
So only 3 patients?
See, I don't come from any, no, there are a lot of patients, but I took 3 case studies because of the shortage of time. And what I've observed is when I went with diabetes, initially I started with diabetes, I went with these reports to the mainstream medicine people and they bombarded me with a lot of questions, saying that he must have changed his lifestyle, he must have started exercise, so on and so forth. So the next session, that is psoriasis, it is a reversible condition. In fact, I'm going out of the subject, I treated a multiple myeloma also, I reversed it, whereas medical science said it can't be reversed.
So for diabetes, how many you have treated? Not treated, how many you have prescribed this V healing?
See, till now I think around 80 people are there.
Out of 80, you got, in 3 you got the results?
No.
Then?
I got results in everything, but initially I never used to take report because I never come from your fraternity. I don't know the dynamics of collecting reports. So latest, only recently, that is maybe say from 8 or 9 months, I'm starting taking reports.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It's almost the lunch time, so we want to wrap up.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjay. It was really a very, very informative presentation. I'm sure a very different concept we all have heard today. And I kindly request Mr. Sanjay to please collect his certificate from our chair and co-chair. Mr. Sanjay. I again welcome Dr. Mandal to be with us for chairing this session. We would like to start with our first speaker, Mr. Umukoro Solomon from University of Ibadan, Nigeria. I would like to invite Dr. Solomon from Nigeria. Please welcome on the stage.
Good afternoon, Chairman, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Solomon Umukoro from University of Ibadan. Briefly, I'll be discussing on Juberlin, reduces aggressive behaviors in animal models, predictive of human aggression. Thank you. First, we'd like to ask ourselves the important question, what is aggression and how relevant it is to us? Aggression is nothing but a series of deliberate violent actions that result in harm, injury, or death to another organism. Apart from that, it may also lead to profound long-term effects on the victims of such incidents. For example, rape, etc., etc. Aggression is the common factor responsible for violent crimes worldwide. Apart from being destructive, it may also serve a useful defensive mechanism of self-preservation in life-threatening situations. Several factors may trigger aggression. Apart from neuropsychiatric disorders, the next important factors are what we refer to as traumatic stress, or what we call life events. Everything about stress, which could be poverty-induced, unemployment, loss of beloved ones, etc. Stress has been known to result in frustration and depression, and then act of aggression. Therefore, aggression may be indication of prolonged stress and represent a window for venting aggression on people. Apart from stress, psychiatric disorders, drug abuse, child abuse, and exposure to violent games, as we all are aware today, are among factors that may promote aggression. Aggression is a disorder with well-defined neurochemical abnormalities, principally neurochemicals that are involved in mediating or regulating our moods, behavior, and emotions, like serotonin, dopamine, adrenaline, are involved in aggression. However, serotonin has been found to play a key role in initiating and propagating aggression. So that is what we know as serotonin deficiency of aggression. So an hypothesis stating that aggression is due to low level of serotonin in the brain. And that has been linked up with several evidence. For example, low metabolites of serotonin have been found in the brain of aggressive individuals. And low level of serotonin have been linked to other behavioral disorders. Also, by lowering brain level of serotonin, using drugs and other substances have been found to result in aggression. Conversely, by increasing brain level of serotonin of 580, also reduces aggression, which actually points to the fact that serotonin is a very important chemical that mediates aggressive tendency. All along, attempts to treat aggression started in the early 70s with the use of lithium carbonate. And it was shown in clinical studies to reduce aggressive behavior, perhaps because of its mood stabilizing effect. The mode of actions was ascribed to enhancement of serotonin level, or perhaps reducing adrenergic nervous system activities. That is through adrenaline reduction, which has also been shown to involve in aggression. However, current approach to treatment of aggression involve the use of drugs like haloperidol, which are the mainstay of drugs for treating aggressive behavior and violent tendencies, especially in psychiatric disorder like schizophrenia. These drugs act by through sedation that other thoughts that may trigger aggression, but they have several setbacks. What are the limitations? They impair motor performance, defense, or flight ability of the organism. So in case that necessitates the organism to fight back or to run, all these kind of drugs will impair that mechanism and that shows that they are not actually good drugs for aggression. Other commonly used drugs are the GABA-A agonists. For example, diazepam, nitrazepam, phenobarbital. They also reduce aggression at very high doses, and that by causing sedation, which is also a very major side effect because this drug causes muscle relaxation, and that will impair defense mechanism and flight capabilities. So that set us into thinking that what should be the ideal drugs that we can use to fight aggression. So current effort now is to develop safer drugs that can selectively reduce aggression without impairing other behavioral functions. And the current effort is to search for natural products, that is of plant origins, that are believed to be more safer, as we have heard all along, and easily accessible to the individuals, that could be developed as remedies for aggression. Hence, we look at this product called Jubelin. Jubelin is a commercial product that has gained worldwide recognition as a remedy for anemia and joint pains. Also being said to boost the immune system and energize the individual. And it has been well recognized all over the world as agents that is being used like vitamins to relieve stress. What are the components in Jubelin? They include apigenin, litolidine, apigenin, litolin, and erigenin. All these chemical compounds are found in several series, like rice, maize, and even Jubelin, which is obtained from sorghum bicolons. And all these compounds have been shown to readily cross the blood-brain barrier to exert several pharmacological activities. This is the owner of Jubelin. His name is Otumba Olajuwon Okumbena. He is the one that owns the product called Jubelin. And he has the recipes for the formulation of the product, which is not, I think, is not willing to release to the public. This study is based on the fact that, as I said before, stress is a very important factor in aggression. And Jubelin, as one of the indications, is for stress. Hence, we're trying to look at the possible effect of this product on stress. In fact, my laboratory has done a lot of studies on Jubelin because I'm in behavioral pharmacology, looking at how drugs influence animal behaviors and the possibility of developing molecules that may be useful in the treatment of neurobehavioral disorders like schizophrenia and so on and so forth. So the source of animals from Animal House, University of Ibadan, and the drugs, Jubelin was obtained from the manufacturer, haloperidol, other drugs were used in the study. And the dose of that were used for the study were obtained by previous studies, experiments. That is pilots that we did to get the right dose that we use for the study. And all the drugs were administered orally through gavage. The first one is to look at the model, which we well known as resident intruder-induced offensive aggression. This model is simply done by pairing the animals, a male and a female, just marrying them together in a cage for 3 weeks. After that, they were tested for aggression. Those animals that exhibit aggressive behavior were used for the studies, and we administered the various doses of the different drugs, as you can see in my slides. 30 minutes after drug treatment, the male animals were introduced, that is, male intruder were introduced to the cage of the residents' aggressive male animals after the removal of the females. And the confrontation between them was videotaped for a period of 30 minutes. Parameters assessed include latency to attack, the frequency of attack, aggressive posture, lateral threat, pursuit frequency, and so on and so forth. The other model is what we call isolation-induced offensive, aggressive paradigms. In fact, it's so interesting that I was exposed to sort of aggression just about 4 years ago when Professor Winner, who is the chief editor of behavioral pharmacology in Europe, invited me to submit a paper for annual publication of the journal. Every year they have a special edition. So I was set into action. So can we study aggression in animals? So I went into literature and we saw a lot of models, out of which I'm describing now. So these animals were isolated. The male animals were isolated after weaning, and they were kept in isolation for 3 weeks. Mr. Chairman, behold, after 3 weeks, they exhibited serious aggression in contact with an intruder, which actually shows to us the importance of parental upbringing on animal behaviors. So just after establishing the aggressive behavior, for 2 to 3 weeks, isolated mice, they were treated by various drugs, including the drug of study, which is Jobelin. This is the video. Maybe I should escape the video for now. Apart from looking at the aspect of offensive aggression, we also look at the effect of Jobelin on defensive aggression, which is good for us, that in a life-threatening condition, we're able to defend ourselves. A drug that impairs defensive function is not a good drug, like the haloperidol-like drugs. Therefore, a drug that is devoid of defensive behavior should be a drug that we should pursue for the treatment of aggression. So this was done using resident paradigms. In this case, the intruders were the ones that were treated with the drug, not the residents. So that is the film. You can see me later. Data were analyzed using graph prism, and one way or another, followed by post-Harvard Turkey test, was used. Results. Jobelin inhibit aggressive performance, but did not reduce the propensity to fight, as measured by the latency to first attack. That is, as you drop the intruder into the territory of the resident, immediately attacks. So that's what refers to the propensity to engage in fight. That was grossly reduced or impaired by haloperidol. So this is the result of the various parameters, the composite taken together. That is all what we are seeing can be put together as performance of aggressive art. Why this graph shows the latency to first attack, which you can see that you can see that is haloperidol, a typical antipsychotic drug used to treat schizophrenia. You can see how it impairs the the latency to attack. It prolongs it. We show that this drug is reducing the propensity to fight, to aggression, and that is based on sedation. When an animal is sedated, of course, it will not be able to fight as it's supposed to, but Jobelin did not affect that. So the same picture is showing here, the same thing. This is just the effect of isolation, which is just like what we saw in the resident paradigms. So you can see from here that Jobelin did not impair the defensive behavior of the animals, which show that it should be a drug that we should pursue for the treatment of aggression. It shows that it has specific anti-aggressive effects, able to reduce aggression without impairing defensive mechanism. Conclusion, Mr. Chairman, and if you permit me, I can play the video clip for us. This study showed that Jobelin has anti-aggressive activities devoid of impairment of defensive mechanisms of the animal. And this property may encourage development as a remedy for aggressive disorders. However, further works are going on in my lab to look at the various compounds that have been shown to be present in Jobelin, the most likely one that may be responsible for this effect. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. But to be consistent with the timing of the session, I would allow one question if anyone in the member in the audience has a question.
So any questions? Yeah.
You look good in your dress. But you know, I worked with a lot of Nigerians at Howard University, Washington, D.C. But you used to have a hat that is a cloth hat, you know. But this hat is different. This is also Nigerian, thank you. You must have purchased it at Hyderabad. Anyway, now my question is, animal data, when you translate it into the clinical trials, most of the time they do not fit in. That's why an area called, how much percentage you can give to your animal data that fit in, 80%, 90%? Any guess? No, let me repeat, let me rephrase it. How far your animal data is going to fit into clinical data, exactly. That means in a translational research, that we call it as, when you translate the results of animal models into the clinical trials, most of the drugs fail. That's the reasons why people, there is an area, emerging area called translational research, okay? Now, how confident you are, how much percentage you can give your animal data is going to fit in?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As I said, these models are predictive of human disorders. In drug development, as you know, we have the preclinical phase and then to the clinical phase. As you rightly said, we might not be expecting that the data from the animal studies should be almost the same thing. I mean, the 100% of beneficial effect in clinical settings. It might not be, but we might be lucky to get a better result, just as we had in the preclinical studies. These are models for drug development, and as I said, models could be predictive, and they have phase validities. But as long as the data in the animal studies are promising, it suggests that we can take it to the clinical trials. It may be effective, it may not be effective. But that is the borderline, that is the truth. But they are all studies. And the end point of it is to see that the possibility of getting a molecule that may be useful in human disease condition. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Solomon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Solomon. I kindly request you to please collect your certificate from our chair and co-chair. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. That was really a very nice presentation. Now, moving on further, I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Tabassum Khan from Dr. Bhanuben Nanavati College of Pharmacy, India. She'll be talking about immunomodulatory activity of Indian banyan. Please welcome Dr. Tabassum.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think a wrong time for these afternoon sessions. It reminds me of my lectures when I take in the afternoon. The last benchers are sleeping. The first benchers are struggling to keep awake. You know, so it takes me back to my classes, but I think the show must go on. So I talk about today on my small research project titled, titled Immunomodulatory Activity of the Indian. Can I have that light? It's coming on the face, please. Validating the traditional use. Now, thank you. Now, we took up this project based on the traditional medicine use of the aerial roots of Ficus bengalensis, that is the bargat tree, the growing tips of these aerial roots were given to patients in a wide assortment of diseases, and it was told to the patients that they boost the immune system. So going from this traditional use from the practitioners of Dhule region in Maharashtra, we took up this plant for evaluation of the immunomodulatory activity. So just to answer that question which you posed to the previous speaker, there was this, undocumented traditional use of the plant, and we developed the scientific evidence for it. So I take you through the research work, and that's the tree which all of us, I think it grows in the neighborhood. The idea of studying immunomodulatory plants stemmed from our way of looking at treatment of AIDS, which encompasses the virus and the immune arm. So this presentation today is going to take you through the immune-based therapy arm, leaving the anti-HIV apart. So just to take you down the chronology of the events, we started off with the regular feature. We generated successive solvent extracts, put them through a preliminary screen, which is evaluation of percentage phagocytosis, and then we zeroed in on the methanol and the water extracts, which were proved to be active in this prelim screen. These were further taken up for in vivo animal experiments, post-toxicity data. And the outcome of this was the water extract exhibited a significant immunostimulant activity and was taken up further for fractionation and subsequent characterization. Now, this is the first method of fractionation which we used. The phytochemical analysis indicated the presence of tannins. So we used lead acetate to generate two fractions. So one was the tannin fraction that came out of the precipitate stage, and we had the non-tannin fraction, which was fraction 2. We conducted the same battery of experiments to these fractions, that is lymphocyte proliferation assay, in vivo tests. In these in vivo tests, we evaluated the hypersensitivity reaction for cell-mediated, and then we also estimated the antibody-mediated. We used ashwagandha at the mentioned doses and concentrations as the standard in all our animal studies. Now, these are the results of the lymphocyte proliferation assay. So if you see, the fraction has got significant stimulation potential for lymphocytes, and this is the result of hypersensitivity reaction. Here again, we see a fantastic response for 50 mg per kg body weight, which is in fact more than ashwagandha under the conditions of test, and this is for antibody-mediated response. Now, the results for these were fraction 1 did not exhibit stimulation of cell-mediated, and fraction 2 was found to exhibit a higher magnitude of response. Now, we started on the path of fractionation to lead to phytoconstituents. However, this scheme did not give us any isolated phytoconstituents in the pure form. So we used up an alternative scheme, which is the solvents of different polarity, and given here are the values, that's the chloroform fraction, ethyl acetate, N-butanol, and N-butanol insoluble fraction, or the aqueous fraction. We conducted the same battery of tests, and we found that the aqueous fraction gave the highest stimulation of the lymphocytes, as indicated in this graph. If you see, your concentration of 1 microgram per ml is showing fantastic results. Now, we then proceeded with the in vivo assays. We did the acute toxicity study as per the OECD guidelines, and the result was no mortality, so we concluded that the fraction was safe up to 2,000 mg per kg. Now, we also conducted in vivo bioassays in the same manner, that is the hypersensitivity reaction, and this is the dosing schedule. Now, if people need input, I can connect to you later, but this is the scheme of the study which we planned. It was a 10-day study using sheep RBC as the antigen for primary and secondary immunization. And these are the results. We conducted the humoral antibody response assay based on a standard reported method, and this is again based on agglutination reaction between an antigen and antibody, and this is how the titer is determined. So these are the dilution of please ignore the word patient. I couldn't find a means to delete it. It's not a clinical study, it's an animal testing. So it's just to show how the antibody titer is determined. And this is the scheme, and these are the results. So what we realized was, after trying 2 different isolation or fractionation methods to generate semi-pure fractions, we found that the solvent fractionation method gave us a better picture of the phytoconstituents, with the activity residing in the aqueous fraction. So again, the next step was to isolate constituents and pin up the constituent which could be responsible for that immunostimulant activity. And we used a variety of techniques for this: column chromatography, preparative TLC, and circular chromatography. We collected 40 column fractions, pooled them together post-TLC studies, and few were taken for hyphenated technique analysis, that is GCMS and LCMS. Now, these were the phytoconstituents which were isolated. Now, this is just a fraction of the TLC loading. So when I see the TLC plate, there's a lot of matter which is remaining at the base which did not get resolved. And in fact, all these constituents, none of these proved to show immunostimulant activity in the in vitro assay. So after all that exercise, we still had to find out the phytoconstituent which was responsible for the activity. Now this made us scratch our heads, and then we went back to the practitioners to find out why we couldn't isolate. And what they told us, don't bother to split the extract. This works the way it is given. Okay, but then our chemist mindset is not satisfied, and hence we continue to further fractionate the aqueous fraction of the bioactive extract in an effort to find out which is the immunostimulant principle in the aqueous decoction which is given by the Ayurvedic practitioners. So that concludes my essay, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks, madam, for being on time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balsan. You did on time. I like that. And as you mentioned, you are not alone. Afternoon session is not as good as morning session. Everybody lunch and then disappear sightseeing. I have given presentation, only 2 people in the audience, so don't feel bad about that. But you have done...
No, I'm used to it. I take chemistry in college, and my class looks much smaller in size than this.
Right, that's fine. All we have to do our part. That's all we have to do. Now, anybody has any question from the audience?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm not sleeping. Okay, I wanted to ask you that if you are focusing on purifying the active pharmaceutical ingredient out of your extract, I have heard somewhere that as we go towards the purification thing, toxicity factor increases. So what is your comment on that?
That depends on the nature of the chemical which is isolated. So, for example, flavonoids, most of the compounds, flavonoids are safe. There are certain functional groups which are safe. It depends eventually on the structure of the compound which is there. And you cannot always say that when you go on titrating down or narrowing down, it is going to lead to toxic. Although the dose decreases because of going, converging to that. But that doesn't always mean that toxicity increases. It could apply to certain conditions depending on the structure of the compound.
And what was the rationale behind selecting ashwagandha as the standard for?
Ashwagandha has been reported to have immunostimulant activity, and you have products in the market by Himalaya and a couple of other companies, and it is proven immunostimulant. So rather than going for a synthetic chemical, I thought I would stick to the herbal part.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah. Ma'am, although ashwagandha has been already proved that strongest immunomodulatory or component it have, but at the same time there are some other medicinal plant are also there that have a lot of constituent in them, like Landinus edodes, Ganoderma lucidum.
Yeah.
Then why you?
The reason is it's in the market. Okay, so it's a product which is available. So I picked up the product as capsules from the market, and I just put it into my study. So the other plants, there may be actually, you may find thousands of papers, which report immunomodulatory activities. But that is re-verifying what the paper is already published. This is something which is sitting in the market for the same use.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tabassum. Please collect your certificate from our chair and co-chair. Thanks a lot. I would like to call Dr. Hemanta Panigrahi from Ayurveda Central Research Institute, India. He'll be presenting a presentation on the Kashra Sutra therapy. Please welcome Dr. Hemanta.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Panigrahi. I am working in Ayurveda Central Research Institute in Delhi. Also, I am physician in Supreme Court of India. I have to look after Supreme Court judges and registrars only. So in Delhi. So basically, my organization is Apex organization in Government of India, which is established in, it is called Central Council for Research in Ayurveda and Siddha. Established in 1978, it is an apex organization under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. The main aim of to establish this institution is for formulation, coordination, development, and promotion of research in Ayurvedic system of medicine on scientific lines. It is basically a Government of India organization. So whatever it may be, so I will present a simple case on anorectal disorders. So I am also attached with some clinical also in Ayurveda Central Research Institute. So anorectal disorders have a very high rate of incidence all over the world with recurrence rate of 46.8% for 2%, and in 0.1% cases. Sacrococcygeal pilonidal sinus (PSD) is a common problem, especially in young hirsute. The disease clinically simulated with Salyaj Nadi Brawn in Ayurveda, described by Sushrut in Sushrut Samhita. Kshar Sutra therapy, it is a medicated thread prepared from, I will tell how it is prepared. So Kshar Sutra therapy, it is described in Chakradat, Sushrut, Rasatarangini, etc. is well established, slow, steady, simple, successful, safe, without side effect, parasurgical measures for fistulous tract. Ayurvedic text has also mentioned a minimal invasive parasurgical methods, that is Khyar Sutra procedure for Nadi Brawn. So there is a slok, bhar, Ayurvedic slok, Sanskrit slok. I guess somebody has understand or not. Krusa Durbala Bhirunang, Nadis Marma Srita Srata, Ksara Sutrena Tang Chidyan, Natu Sastrena Buddhiman. So whatever it may be. So indication is this, like this. So Kshar Sutra is a method, medicated thread, described for anorectal disorders. Basically, we are using this. There is a lot of clinical research done by ICMR, also in abroad also. This is on fistula in ano. So it is commonly termed as Bhagandar in Ayurveda, but it is proved in fistula in ano. But I have tried, I have taken this inference from this inference from the references and started application of Kshar Sutra in pilonidal sinus. The incidence, prevalence in London 0.8% of all patients and 4% of new patients. In India 1.6% of all surgical admissions are for PSD. Incidence is 5 to 40%. Recurrence is very high. In 1984, ICMR has conducted a randomized multicentric clinical trial on Kshar Sutra. Etiology. So when the surgeon drains the apakwa ya unripened brawn sopa, ahit ahar bihar, Bhagna Brana Upeksha means maltreated open fracture wound, and hairs. Salya is one of the salya is one type of hair is one type of salya, yeah, foreign body described by Sushrut in Ayurvedic texts. So sites where it occurs: finger waves of barbers, axilla, mid thigh amputation stumps, umbilicus, suprapubic region, and sacrococcygeal region. Clinical features, it is mainly asymptomatic, sometimes chronic sepsis occurs and acute abscess also occurs. So present status of treatment. Surgical methods generally centered on excision of sinus tract followed by primary midline and off midline closure or leaving the wound open to heal by a secondary intention. But their recurrence rate is very high. Most common complications in acute and chronic, are acute and chronic infections. Malignant degeneration rarely occurs in pilonidal diseases. So it is evidence-based research. Ksarsutra, a minimal invasive parasurgical procedure for anal fistula. It is a randomized study done by ICMR. The ingredients was same snuhixir, latex of Euphorbia nerifolia, opamarg ksar या Achiranthus aspera, fine powder of Oridra या Curcuma longa, and barber's thread, surgical thread 20 number was used. The findings was the study revealed 98.7% cure rate. In this OPD procedure, cutting and healing took place simultaneously so that no raw area was left besides. Minimal tissue damage and less painful. No recurrence has been reported. It was a study conducted by ICMR and a randomized study in 1984. Objective of the study, the objective of the study was to establish the effectiveness of Ksarsutra therapy in the management of sacrococcygeal pilonidal disease, that is Nadi burn. So this is a study design, it is a pilot study. Study duration was 6 months. Sample technique non-probable convenient type tha. These are the inclusion criteria. Pilonidal sinus disease of the intergluteal region, primary disease without history of drainage, age between 18 and 16.5, and both genders were selected for the study. Exclusion so far as exclusion criteria is concerned, recurrent pilonidal sinus disease, acute infection with abscess formation, and or purulent copious drainage, denial to sign informed consent were excluded from the study. Preoperative procedure, I am just giving a glimpse of this. Patients were usually taken up as a daycare on the day of surgery. Natal cleft skin was saved and disinfected with full strength povidone iodine solution 10 minutes before the parasurgical procedure. A single intramuscular dose of 5 ml xylocaine 2% was given at the site 10 minutes before the procedure. Operative procedure. Full relaxation was avoided to enable to palpate the parts of the external sphincter. Proctoscopy was performed in search of abnormality of the anal canal, like pus coming out of the internal opening or hypertrophied anal papilla. The external opening was probed gently, and the second opening was recognized by probing the sinus tract. And at the same time, its handle is pushed upward in order to make the tip of probe to protrude outside the sinus tract in sacrococcygeal region. The probe is pulled downward, and the handle is pushed upward till the tip of the probe protruded out. Then the eye of the probe was threaded with Ksarsutra. The probe is now gently withdrawn so that the entire tract of the fistula is threaded by Ksarsutra. Then two ends of the thread are now snugly tied outside. Then local dressing with betadine solution followed by instillation of Jatyadi tel, a medicated oil of Ayurvedic medicated oil. Jatyadi tel was done, and the patient was bandaged with cotton and pad and bandaged. All the patients were advised to remain active during post-operative periods. Post-operatively, most patients required only 1 or 2 doses of a Sigru Gugulu. It is anti-inflammatory and analgesic described in Ayurveda in a dose of 500 mg twice in a day with warm water. Washing with Panchbalkal Kasai, 5 drugs, a decoction prepared from 5 medicated drugs with warm water. Washing with Panchbalkal Kasai daily, followed by Jatyadi tel. Local application was advised daily. Patients were allowed to go home just after parasurgical procedure and asked to keep their wounds clean and dry. Ksarsutra was changed weekly by railroad technique. Weekly we changed thread. Regular review was continued for 6 months, and further information subsequently obtained by telephone. Patients were asked to have their natal cleft shaved twice in a month. Ksarsutra. I am telling about what is Ksarsutra. Most of does not know what is Ksarsutra. We are using standard Ksarsutra prepared in this manner. 7 coatings with Opamarg, Achiranthus aspera, 3 coatings with turmeric, Curcuma longa, 25 cm long coated surgical linen thread number 20, and pH was maintained within 9.5. This was also irradiated by ultraviolet rays, sealed with a test tube. So these are the ingredients. This is the snui and this is snui latex. This is the prepared. This is the prepared thread. So these are the demographic data. These are the age and sex. Though 18 to 20, 2 patients were in the age group of 18 to 20. 2 patients were found, and maximum was between 31 to 40 years of age. This is the sex determinations. Males are predilection to this disease. Similarly, these are the outcome measures. Operative time was 6.9. Hospital stay was 6 days. Wound healing time 39. Time of work 5.2, and recurrence rate was 2.1. So these are the statistical analysis so far as purulent discharge, pain in sacrococcygeal region, inflammation, and time taken to heal. These are the statistical analysis with mean standard deviation, standard error, t value, p value with its significance. So result, a total of 50 patients were included in the study, out of which 31, that is 62% of male, and 28% were female. Mean age of our patients was 27 years, ranging from 17 to 42 years. We observed that operative time for the patients was shorter, 10 to 20 minutes. There was no significant difference in blood loss in two groups. Hospital stay was the time for 4 to 7 days. It is the time from the admission until discharge from the hospital. During this study, we also observed that there was no wound complications like infection and abscess. Conclusion. Preparation of the patient for the application of Ksar Sutra is an important part of the procedure. The surgical intervention proved fruitless due to its high recurrence and post-operative complications. Under these circumstances, Ksar Sutra ligation therapies offers a good ray of hopes. It's gradual, but how it works? I'm telling just how it works. It's gradual but sustained chemical action, remove the debris from the site of sinus tract, but it also helps in healthy granulation, thereby inducing long healing pattern in depth of the tissue. Ksar Sutra also dissolves the toe fibrous tissue and ultimately draining it out, creating a healthy base for the healing. Pre-operative evaluation, proper pre-operative evaluation, light local anesthesia, gentle probing, local infiltration of diluted adrenaline to achieve almost bloodless field in all cases is the key to success. These are some success stories. This is the procedure, what we are doing, and this is the before treatment. These are the before treatment, and this is the after treatment result. This is the procedures. This is also another case, pilonidal sinus. This is also another case of pilonidal sinus. So this is my presentation. Thank you everybody for patience hearing.
Thank you very much, Sumanta, for nice presentation, and whatever you are doing seems like you're working, and at least a shorter time of surgery and for shorter recovery. As far my knowledge goes, I remember even in the medical school or thereafter, the anal fistula is very tedious disease, and it's very difficult to ameliorate the problem. But I have one question. Now, is that anal fissure, anal fistula, are they related to syphilis or spirochetal infection?
Yes, sir. Sometimes we have not studied that, sir. Spirochetal infection, we don't have study on that, sir. But we are getting, since we are a government organization, we are treating with many kinds of fistulas, even complicated fistulas like tubercular fistulas, fistulas due to some Crohn's diseases, and all these types. And we are getting patients from AIMS, Safdarjung, Ram Manohar Lohia also. And we have data. Since we are a government organization, we don't have manipulation and all those things. There is no scope, very little scopes. So we have tried. This is a novel work, and we have tried. Well, will it work with an AM? Will it work in pilonidal sinus? Then we have tried. And case studies were kept, and data. These are the data generated. So I will request everybody, if someone comes and Delhi, I am in Delhi and also accessible to all. So I will show you cases in my OT. I am working 2 days in Ayurvedic Central Research Institute, 1 day OPD and 1 day in OT, Ksar Sutra OT. 2 days in Supreme Court and look after the judges and registrars only. And 2 days in ministry to look after some administrative issues and all those things. So I will request all of those who are interested, please come. I have my address and all those things. Please come and have a scene. And we can develop more things. In collaborative studies, we can develop with more things. We have restricted sources. Since Ayurveda has restricted sources. But if we done collaborative studies with some allopathics and all those things, we can explore, and possibly a good result and good treatment procedure will be come out in the limelight.
Any question from the audience?
Yeah, I have one question, that which part of Acaranthus aspera you have used for the Shar Sutra? You have used Acaranthus aspera plant.
Yeah, yeah.
Which part you
Ponchang,
have?
ponchang.
What is the ponchang?
Leaf also, we are used mainly leaves and its stems also. We burnt it and...
Which one is more effective? You have used the whole plant or the other part of
Whole part. That's why I am telling the ponchang, 5 parts.
Whole part including root?
Yeah, root also.
Okay.
Whole part we are taking and extracting the alkaline substances, and then we are doing all those things. You please come. I am requesting everybody, those who are coming to India and those who are in India, they please come to our institute. It is a government organization. We don't have any data manipulations. All those things we have to show, and I have also so many data, so many patients with me.
So, do you have any information about the other plant which can be used in the Shar Sutra?
Yeah. In BHU and in National Institute of Ayurveda, Jaipur, we are also using instead of that Snuhi latex, we are using Gugulu. Resins of Gugulu.
Gugulu is whether Comifera vitae?
Comifera mucul.
Mucul or vitae?
Comifera mucul. We are using Comifera mucul.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panigrahi. Wonderful presentation, very interactive, I must say. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Kindly collect your certificate from our chair and co-chair. Our next speaker would be Dr. Liu from South Central University of Nationalities, China. Please welcome Dr. Liu on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry my tutor can't come here today, so I respect my tutor to give his presentation. Very good place to start. Methodology of reverse pharmacology. We all know the urochemical drug development is from laboratory to clinic. Maybe we critical and screen thousands of complaints. Maybe only lucky one could become a drug. Maybe sometimes it's long. It's a waste of time and money and medicines. And reverse pharmacology comes up several years ago. It combines vital traditional knowledge and modern technology to provide better and safer needs. But we consider there are also disadvantages of conventional strategy of reverse pharmacology. We consider it's difficult to clarify the pharmacological mechanism of traditional drug, and it is also difficult to discern that which components and at what degree can produce the effect of the original drug. And it has less help to study the complete effect of multiple components of original drug. We consider the key insights in the reverse pharmacology is to clarify the mechanism of pharmacological effect and to discern the material basis for the efficacy. First, is equal to mean the two questions: how to work and what works. First, we need to define the material basis of traditional drug. There are two conditions. When the quality of the effective component or combination is correlative with that contained in the traditional drug, and when the pharmacological effect of the effective component or combination could replace that of the traditional drug, we could think the this effective component or combination can be named as the material basis for the efficacy of the traditional drug. So the question consisted to find the component or combination of the extracted mixture have the equal effect of the original drug. The corresponding research strategy is the pharmacological effect of the traditional drug as a whole should be identified first. Then the effects of complement or combination could be examined. Third, the effects of the examined complement or combination and the original drug should be compared. The third is very important because we look many components extracted from traditional drug have different pharmacological effects. Maybe a traditional drug used to for analgesic, but some components extracted from it could anti-cancer. So the effect is different. But to study the traditional drug, we should focus on the effect the original drug have. In the past almost 10 years, our laboratory studies dragon's blood. But I just participated in this subject in recent 2 years. The dragon's blood is extracted from a special tree. It has used for more than 1,000 years. Maybe the first people to use it is Arab. Then it spread to the European, to the East Asia, and now in Chinese, it also be produced to capsules for the clinic. The main efficacy of dragon's blood is anti-inflammation and analgesic. According to the condition of our laboratory, we study the analgesic of the dragon's blood. The total flavonoid is extracted from the dragon's blood, from distill and other skills. The more than 10 components extracted from total flavonoids, but there are only 3 components have valuable effect in the fellow study. We also make a combination of these 3 effective components. The proportion is 18 to 13, 18 to 19. This proportion is equal to the 3 components extracted in the dragon's blood. Because it's a few times, I just show you the result. We studied 2 targets of analgesic, TTXR sodium currents and TRPV1 receptor currents were considered linked to the feeling of pain. Then we studied the evoked discharges of WDR neurons, and we studied their effect on animal pain model. First, inhibition of drugs are voltage-gated sodium currents. The voltage could induce the currents, the inner currents in the DRG levels, and the dragon's blood could inhibit the currents, and the completion also inhibits the complements, and their inhibition rate is very similar. Then we also studied the inhibition of drugs on capsaicin-induced TRP1 currents. the dragon's blood and completion also similar to inhibit the currents. The inhibition of drugs evoked discharges in WDR neurons is also showed the frequency. The frequency of discharges is controlled, and after we apply the dragon's blood or completion, the frequency is reduced, and the inhibition rate is very similar. We also studied in the PAN model the dragon's blood and completion could reduce the time of leaking pair in females after injection the capsaicin to the mouse. Now we make a conclusion. The analgesic effect of dragon's blood due to the synergistic effect of 3 components. Second, the operational definition of the material basis was proved to be feasible. Third, this research is a good example for practicing the methodology for reverse pharmacology. Now there are some recommendations from my tutor. We should clarify the mechanism and the material basis of the traditional drugs. It could supply the scientific evidence for the safety and the quality stability of traditional drugs. Second, take the material basis of traditional drug as a needs to development a new drug with a clear chemical structure. Third, the traditional drug with a robust scientific evidence should continue to be used. Maybe some people now said that the traditional drug should be reduced and the traditional drug could be alternated to the chemical drugs, but we don't think so. It's our team. Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, should email to my tutor.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Liu. Anyone would like to take any questions?
But may I have your combination?
Thank you very much. You made on time a nice presentation. So from the audience, any question from the audience?
Thank you. Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Liu. I would like Dr. Liu to please collect his certificate from our chair and co-chair. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on further, I kindly request Dr. Sridevi MS from Sivaraj Institute of Medical Sciences, India. She'll be giving a presentation on antibacterial and antihistaminic activities of a Siddha formulation. Please welcome Dr. Sridevi.
Good noon to everyone who present here, and my topic is, which you are seeing in slide itself. I want to say something about the Siddha system of medicine, which is practiced only in the southern part, especially Tamil Nadu. Siddha system, which is called science of life, one of the oldest Indian medicine, which is mainly based on the philosophy, truth, and then nature. When coming to Siddha Metrika Medica, there are thousands and thousands of Siddha traditional formulation. These formulations are used according to the human constitution and their signs and symptoms, which is like that of pharmacogenomics. According to Siddha Metrika Medica, there are each drug is made up of 5 Buddhas, then taste, character, potency, biotransformation, and then special formality. When coming to Siddha system, we call it as Suvai, Gunam, Viryam, Pirivu, and then Magimai. This magimai, we call it as special property. This last property is present only in certain drugs, not in all drugs, especially in lemon. When coming to the sources of drugs, we are having three origins. One is herbal origin, and then mineral origin, and then zoological origin. We call it as Mooligai, Thadu, and Ziva Purutkal. Here I taken the zoological origin. We are having so many potent medicines available, and we are practicing according to the Siddha text literature. According to Siddha text literature, we are having lot of medicine which we are classified into 64 forms. In that 64 forms, we are having 32 internal forms and 32 external forms. In that 32 internal forms, I tried Chunnam, which is the best higher preparation property. And then this is having the shelf life of 500 years. And this Chunnam is having the inorganic preparation produced by the process of Pudam. Pudam is nothing that the process of burning or blowing with the help of cow dungs and blowing with the blow hair or like that only. And finally, which is converted into white ash, and it is made up of carbonates, oxides, and all these things. When coming to the rediscovering history, the mass screening of plants, minerals, or in search of new leads is vastly inexpensive or inefficient. So, traditional knowledge is based upon the bioprospecting, which offer leads better for the treatment of diseases. So, a multidisciplinary approach has been taken for combining natural product diversity and total biosynthesis, which can provide apt solution to the current innovation. Here the reverse pharmacology is nothing but a rigorous scientific approach which is documented by the clinical experiences and experimental observation giving lead to transdisciplinary exploratory studies, further developing this drug formulation through preclinical and clinical research. In this process, safety remains the most important starting point and the efficacy becomes the matter of the validation. So, in this approach, a combination of traditional medicine and the traditional knowledge such as Siddha system of medicine and the modern technology has been included so that we can give the better and the safer leads. Okay, and you all know that the reverse pharmacology is nothing but laboratory to clinic process and the clinic process to the laboratories. When coming to the standardization, there are various parameters has been adopted according to their morphological, microscopical, and then physical, chemical, geological, and then biological observation has been done to prove that the drug is being standardized. Here I have taken the Pavalaputru Chunnam. This drug has been given in Agasthyar Pallu reference. I have given the Agasthyar Pallu 200. In this book reference only I have made this Chunnam. This is the thing. The raw drug has been shown in the figure, and then the Pavalaputru after the preparation of Chunnam that has been shown in the figure. And then the preparation of Chunnam is based according to the text literature. What's the thing is, before the procured from the raw drug store, we have to go for purification. After the purification is a lot of thing. We have to boil in the cow's milk for 3 hours. It has to be done for 10 days. The same process has to be done for 10 days. Then only the raw drug has been purified. After that, we have to be grind in the Adadoda vasica leaf juice. And after that, it has to be made into the villai. And it has been kept into gugai. And it has been blown in the hot air. By that process only, this drug has been prepared. After the preparation of the drug, we has been gone to preliminary biochemical studies and then geochemical studies and then antihistaminic activity and antibacterial screening has been done and acute toxicity has been done. These studies has been done according to their standard procedures. The geochemical analysis has been done according to the Loring and Rantala et al. By 1992, and then the antibacterial screening is done by disk diffusion method and acute toxicity has been done according to the OECD guidelines 423. And these are the results. In biochemical studies, the sample shows that the presence of calcium, chloride, ferrous, cyan, carbonate, amino acids, and unsaturated compounds. And in qualitative and quantitative, The acid radicals present are chloride and carbonate, and basic radicals present are calcium and ferrous. In quantitative analysis, it shows the 42.71% of calcium. And this is the graph of antihistaminic study. And this graph interfered that it has having the good antihistaminic activity, which antagonizes the effect of the histamine when added together. And after that, this is the antimicrobial activity, which shows the zone inhibition. And this is the values we have given here, here in diameter. And Streptococcus shows 2.9, and Klebsiella shows 2.6, and Vibrio cholerae shows 1.5, and Micrococcus shows 2.2, and Pseudomonas shows 1.9, and Bacillus shows 1.9, and E. coli shows 1.6, and Serratia shows 1.6. In acute toxicity, this shows no mortality up to 1600 milligram per animal, so it is interfered that the drug is safe up to 800 milligram. So we stopped up to 800 milligram itself. When coming to the discussion, in early days it is used for bronchial asthma. We call it as IRIP in Siddha system of medicine, but now this formulation has been rare to practice, but this is not available in all the stores. We have to prepare our own individual only, so this preparation has become rare. So to explore its potentiality, I taken a step so that we can use this drug across globally. I hope this come true in near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting your work on time. That's very important. And so I do not have any particular question. Any question from the audience?
Yeah, my question is, when you boil the raw material in milk for 10 days, how much of actual active phytoconstituents must be coming in milk?
For purification only, we are going to boil in that milk. After that purification, the raw drug has been taken for that preparation, not that milk.
No, that's what I'm saying. So milk is an emulsion. So there would be a lot of phytoconstituents which would go in milk.
Yeah. Because this, according to the text literature only, when you are seeing in Ayurveda only, a lot of purification process are there. According to Agastya, what he told, only we are doing that process.
Okay. One more question is, do the Siddha texts get upgraded?
Pardon, ma'am?
Okay. No, do these texts, you referred these preparation from a particular text.
Yeah.
So does that get upgraded as a result of science and technology interventions, or the dynamically changing? Do they get upgraded, or we stick to what was there before?
What's the thing, ma'am? In WHO and Ayush, there are some of the particular books. They have added only 33 books. So lot of books has been not added. So we are trying to add that books, and we have to upgrade it. After that only we can go the price. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sridevi. I kindly request you to please collect your certificate from our Honorable Chair and Co-Chair. I would like to call Dr. Arvind Kumar Bhatt from Himachal Pradesh University. He'll be giving a presentation on antimicrobial activity of acacia bark extracts against selected pathogenic bacteria. Please welcome Dr. Arvind.
Can you switch off this one? Yes, thank you very much, and very good afternoon. Maybe we had a discussion going on where we have to boil this for 10 days or 5 days or maybe a few hours. So that is the technique and the process by which we can get maximum out of something. I must thank OMICS Group to invite me, and my very good friend of mine, Dr. J.P. Yadav, who introduced me to the medical science, although my father was a herbal practitioner. He was Ayurvedic doctor. Basically, I work on industrial enzymes. And this interest of natural resources created by Dr. Yadav and few good friends of mine, I have started working on this. And this work is a very small part, which is a result of the work of 6 years we conducted in Doon Valley and Sirmaur area in Himachal, out of which we collected 315 plants, 315. And these ethnobotanical survey was conducted. And the specialty was, now I'll just repeat that we generally say that US has done this, maybe Europe has done this, Japan has done this. I think India is richest in traditional practices and the Ayurveda. And we have the richest resources of medicinal plants. My friend Liu, he was telling something about reverse pharmacology. And I want to quote one example right now. Way back in 1996, we stayed together, one of my friends from China, Dr. Young. We stayed for three months together in a hotel. And I remember that we were paid stipend for our weekend dinner. And so I used to take food outside, but my young friend, Dr. Young, I call him as Young, he used to take all his food, brought in very big this suitcase, the noodles, and whenever he used to get sick, little bit sick, he never used medicine outside. He used to pull out those ampoules and then take it, and he was perfectly okay. There was discussion going on whether we should believe in these formulations or not, whether we should go directly for the allopathic medicines. So I think I'll go for both of these, yes, yes or no. If you need immediate relief, yes, you have to save life, but yes, we cannot ignore the importance of traditional medicines as well. My study, as I told you, that we have collected 315 plants, and it was not only ethnobotanical study. It was based on what we did. Our idea was that what are the herbal practitioners using different herbal medicine for different curing different ailments, and then which plant part they use, how they make these formulations, decoctions. Sometimes they say that okay, you pluck these leaves during morning time. Sometimes they say no, you have to just dry in under sun or under shade, or maybe after winters when snow is there, if you harvest this, its effect is different. So we tried to use those formulations, and then based on that, the results that how much these success was there, and we came across around 34 different plants which are still being used and sometimes preferred over these allopathic medicines. And then a public perception. Sometimes the people, they don't go for these ultra-modern hospitals, but they prefer to go to these herbal practitioners still today. I'll tell you example of jaundice in hills. There are still some traditional practices that these herbal doctors, they treat the jaundice patient using using this herbal medicine. So our idea was that can we use these medicinal plant, because I am from biotechnology, so my interest was because they have some perfect knowledge, and as one of the speakers told that this knowledge is not percolating down, and this is diminishing with with the person who is knowing this knowledge. So whether there is some scientific base or not. And because I am from microbiology, I thought that I may take few plants by which I can correlate this with if there is any compound which is inhibiting the growth of microorganisms. That was the scientific base, because the herbal doctor may not know, he knows that yes, it is treated, but I wanted to know whether it is possible or not. That is how, and these are few, around 54 different herbal practitioners over 6 years' time. We surveyed them, and then sometimes there was very, very interesting thing that when we visited them for the first time, they never told anything. When we went them again, and then some of the school kids, we gave them some money so that they can buy their books and all that, promote them, and then when we used these people to interview these people, then they spelled out. They divulged that what is the reason. So based on this, we selected this plant. We had selected 6 plants, but I thought because in this we have got some lead, because this is widely researched plant, and we collected it from Bilaspur area of Himachal Pradesh, and this is known as Katha, Acacia catachu. The bark is extensively used. So, and this the tannin structure is widely researched. It is known, it has been used. Bark, leaf, hardwood, these are used in different purposes, and these are smuggled also. Even in Himachal Pradesh, I come from Shimla, so the forest, the people are not allowed to cut the trees. It is with the permission of the government, and then only they can cut it. So a lot of work has been done, but my research was only for the antimicrobial activity and those two, the known pathogens. We had some joint collaboration with Indira Gandhi Medical College. One of my friends is working there. So we tried to establish this antimicrobial activity of the extract. First we tried which of the extraction method is better, and then after that, is it possible to inhibit the growth of the known pathogens so that we can work further. So to evaluate antimicrobial activity, then extraction procedure, then minimum inhibitory concentration. And I must clarify, this is only crude work, crude extract, not purified yet. So we are going to do it next time. And these are the known pathogens, this E. coli, Listeria, Pseudomonas, Bacillus, Staphylococcus. And these are all under controlled conditions. We processed the material, we took it from the nature, and then processed it, dried it, powdered it, used different solvents, including water, chloroform, ethanol, acetone for extraction by the already certified method. And this was successive extraction, that once we extracted the water, then went with other, and then the residual material was extracted with the other solvents. So cold, we used core percolation method. Then fixed amount was calculated, and then surprisingly, because time is short, I must tell you, we used this crude extract and compared it with the standards. So we were very, very happy that even this crude extract, by with our few repeated experiments, we were successful in controlling many these pathogenic microorganisms. And these two different methods, these are well-known methods, agar-well diffusion method, this diffusion method, we have tried. So minimum inhibitory concentration we have determined, and it was much, much comparable to the purified drugs which are being used against those pathogens currently. So I think with this work we have started going in different direction by taking this as a standard. We have 3 more plants, and we have submitted one proposal to DST Government of India based on the initial success of this finding. So hopefully we will be able to do something. So I don't want to take more time, because all of you are waiting for tea. But I must tell you that if you just see this, we have used streptomycin, we have used this crude extract at minimal concentration, and when you compare that like this, this crude extract is comparable to the certified, purified this streptomycin. So this is quite a good indication of the resource extract from the resource available in Himalayas, in Himachal Pradesh. So like this inhibitory zone, these are few characteristic features by which we determine whether it is working against the particular microorganism or not. So we have tried and we have successfully repeated it many times. So we want to go still further. So few of the results with one of the very good plant I have not included over here. I must conclude over here that yes, because we started with the knowledge available with the local traditional herbal healers, and they have been even we have very I mean, because my father was a herbal doctor, he was an Ayurvedic doctor. He used to just feel the pulse of the person and say, okay, have you eaten this thing, or you have this and this. So there is this kind of power in our traditional Ayurvedic system that we can by feeling the pulse, we can say that yes, there is some problem with the human system. So we must refine this traditional knowledge, blend with scientific input, and find ways to promote it further. As one of the audience told, that value addition of the system. So I hopefully, if we work on this, we will definitely use our resource to full strength. So thank you very much. And before this, I just want to show you a few slides, maybe because a few of my friends are from outside India. They may not be able to visit Shimla or might have not visited Shimla. Few photographs I would like to show you. And I was really impressed by one of the speakers from Brunei. She showed very good pictures. We felt that yes, we are in that country for some time. So these are few pictures taken by me from different parts of the hills. This is Mani Mahesh. This is Shimla. Maybe if anyone has visited, you might remember this. These are the human interventions. If you don't behave properly with the environment, what can happen? Yes, you can enjoy tourism in Himachal. This is famous Khajiyar in Chamba. This traditional finger millet, one of the nutritious food. Now we are turning from these crops to traditional crops. This is again Chamba. I don't know anybody has visited one of the beautiful places. It is like heaven on earth. This is our university campus, and this is DD Doordarshan Kendra. When it is snow, this is the kind of feeling we have when there is. This is university campus. So I hope I have not bored you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Arvind. Hope we have enjoyed your journey to Shimla. Thanks a lot for showing us.
All are invited. You are cordially invited to.
Hopefully it's a long journey, but we would like to make it.
Even I was telling Mujib, you come to Shimla, you will feel a difference.
Okay. We want to come there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhatt. I like all the pictures. My memory goes back to 1982-84 when I was visiting professor and a guest of Himachal Pradesh government. I remember how cold, even with the several heater in my hotel room, how cold it was. But thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks a lot, sir.
And I must tell you, this is not my individual work. This is work done by my team. And hopefully in coming years, we will be able to do something more better.
All the best for that.
Any question from the audience?
Any questions? Okay.
I think everybody is waiting for tea.
Yeah, of course. I waited them long.
I think the wait is going to get over now. Thank you so much, Dr. Arvind. I kindly request you to please collect a certificate from our Honorable Chair and Co-Chair. And he'll be talking about vestibular modulation of endocrine secretions.
So good evening, one and all. So let me start my talk with the blessings of famous personality. So this personality is very much related with the medical field. So far, we have succeeded in the transplantations of liver, kidney, etc. But if you see, he is the first person who has undergone transplantation of the head, which we have not so far succeeded. Now, before starting my talk, let me tell you why we have undertaken this research. According to statistical analysis by Silicon India, it came into light that around 20 students are committing suicide in India per day. The one and only reason for all these suicides is the stress. Of course, stress is life and life is stress. And all of us might be exposing to some or other type of the stress. The stress up to a level is beneficial. At the same time, if it is in excess, it will cause deteriorating to our body functions. So with a divine intention to decrease the suicidal rates in our country and to make the education free of stress, we have started working on controlled vestibular stimulation. So myself and my guide, Dr. J.K. Mukherjee. As it is divine intention, Indian Council of Medical Research accepted to fund this research. So far, our publications in 2013 on vestibular system. So we have published both national and international journals. So as a part of our research, I am now presenting in front of you the vestibular modulation of endocrine secretion. So this research, you say, it is like a cave. We have started excavating a cave. Now we are finding so many roots of it. So one of the root I am presenting in front of you, the vestibular modulation of endocrine secretion. And this work is in progress in Little Flower Medical Research Center, which is associated with Little Flower Hospital and Research Center, Kerala, India. Now the question is, what is this vestibular system? It is the very simple, very minute receptors which are located in the inner ear. And this receptor is mainly meant for sense of balance. That means for balance and equilibrium. Now the next question, when it starts functioning? It starts functioning from 5th month of the gestation. So immediately a question arises, what it does during 5th month of gestation? So what is its function before the birth? It is very important for normal growth and development. Not only for this, it is also important for development of the speech, motor development, learning and memory, immunity, decreasing self-stimulation, increasing postural security, increasing concentration and attentiveness, increasing body awareness, calming effects, maintenance of muscle tone, improving circulation, improving respiration, and might involve in thermoregulation. So keep up your walking regimen as long as you can. So this is a most common suggestion that is given by a gynecologist to her patient. You see, usually they will advise the pregnant woman to walk. Why? Because the amniotic fluid which is present around the fetus, that gives a buoyancy effect, exactly what our CSF is giving to the brain. So when mother is walking, the fetus will get the effect of rocking. That rocking effect will stimulate the vestibular system, which causes growth and development of the fetus. What is the proof? This is an experiment conducted in Thailand. They trained pregnant women to rock themselves every day for 10 minutes, and they testified it helped a lot for growth and development of the fetus. 82.2% of hospitals in US, they are rocking the premature babies. That means the vestibular stimulation. So vestibular stimulation after the birth. This is called a chair spinning experiment conducted in 1977. Here the researcher sat on a rocking chair and he made the baby to sit on his lap and he started rocking. And you know what is the result? The babies loves this experience and they expressed it through laughing and babbling. Vestibular stimulation in school children. So I am presenting the words of a school teacher in her own words. When I worked in Montessori schools, we would often use this tool to help most active kids settle into their work. If we noticed someone wandering around, bothering other kids, and unable to decide what activity to choose, we would just send him or her out to swings for 5 minutes. After a few minutes of swinging, the child would almost magically come back into the classroom and decide on the activity, sit down and really concentrate for half an hour or more. I sometimes couldn't believe it was the same kid. Vestibular stimulation in college students. In India, vestibular stimulation is not available for most of the college students. That is the reason why every day 20 college students are committing suicides in India. So vestibular stimulation in elders, and as if we know, most of the elders will be using rocking chairs, and rocking chair is having so many benefits. So the need of the vestibular stimulation can be observed throughout the life, from the fetal life to the aged in the rocking chair. And rocking is soothing because it is similar to the movements in the uterus. Now, what is controlled vestibular stimulation? That is, stimulating the vestibular system by controlling the direction, duration, frequency, and intensity. But unfortunately, so far nobody has defined exactly what is controlled vestibular stimulation. So I promise you, by 2014 February, we will be publishing a paper defining and giving the definition for the first time for the controlled vestibular stimulation. Now, why controlled vestibular stimulation? Because if you stimulate vestibular system, under stimulation, it will not give you any result. At the same time, if you do overstimulation, all of us knows we will vomit, we will get nausea, headache, rapid change in the temperature, pulsation, all these things. Now, how to apply this controlled vestibular stimulation? So that is an instrument called as hexapod. It was used in Switzerland in 2012. So this instrument will move in 6 different directions. So I can show you the video of it. So that is how that mission will work. There is one more mission, but this will not move in 6 different directions. It will move in only one direction, that is a front to back direction. So now the question arises, is it adaptable to general population of India? So my personal experience, as ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research says, always you test a drug with a standard drug instead of placebo. So we want to test our method with this method. Then I started inquiring, what is the cost of it? So it came to light that it is costing around 42 lakhs. Indian currency, 42 lakhs. So as for a general population, a common man in India, purchasing that instrument itself is a stressful condition. And moreover, you might have seen the noise, how much it is making. That much noise itself also creates a stress. So how we are going to apply controlled vestibular stimulation? By swing. So this swing is used in almost all the areas of India. You go to any state in India, there is a festival, one swing festival. Say Orissa, say Rajasthan, say Kerala, say Andhra. Wherever you go, there is one festival meant for it. And you know, every temple, they will keep gods in the swing. So there is a scientific value for that. We are going to prove it scientifically. Now you see the connections of vestibular system. So vestibular system is connected with hypothalamus, the key area of the central nervous system which regulates most of the hormonal release. Say our growth hormone, thyroid hormone, cortisol, release of all the hormones is based on the hypothalamus. And it is also connected with suprachiasmatic nucleus, the key area which controls regulation of melatonin. And melatonin, all of us know, it is a key factor which causes a sleep. So if you stimulate suprachiasmatic nucleus, it releases melatonin and you will get sleep. So you can use vestibular stimulation as a treatment for insomnia. And it is also connected with thalamus. So if you stimulate certain nucleus of the thalamus, it will relieve you from pain. So vestibular stimulation can be used for relief of the pain. It is also connected with nucleus of tractus solitarius. All of us knows, if you take food, we'll feel sleepy. Why? Because after taking food, it is stimulating the nucleus of tractus solitarius. So vestibular stimulation can stimulate nucleus of tractus solitarius, and it can be used as a treatment for insomnia. Then it is connected with locus coeruleus and it inhibits the locus coeruleus. It is the sympathetic area of the CNS. So vestibular stimulation decreases your sympathetic activity. Then it is connected with dorsal raphe nucleus. If you stimulate this area, it causes release of the serotonin. So usually in India, our grandmother says, you drink milk before going to sleep. We will neglect it. Why they say like that? Milk contains amino acid tryptophan. That tryptophan converts into serotonin. Serotonin ultimately converts into melatonin and causes you to sleep. So ultimately vestibular stimulation is increasing your serotonin level, which converts into melatonin. Then it is also connected with hippocampal formation, the key area for memory. And this is the area where your short-term memory converts into long-term memory, process called consolidation. So vestibular stimulation will improve your memory. Then it is connected with cerebellum, which is the most which controls the coordination of your body movements. Then connected with basal ganglia. And you see, if someone gets Parkinsonism, ultimately what the doctor will do, he will inject L-DOPA. L-DOPA will increase gamma aminobutyric acid ipsilaterally and contralaterally also. So ultimately what is happening? Excess of GABA, which disturb our sleep. But vestibular stimulation increases GABA release only ipsilaterally so that it will not disturb your sleep. Then it is connected with parabrachial nucleus, and stimulating parabrachial nucleus will relieve pain. And vestibular stimulation always stimulates vagus nerve. So stimulating vagus nerve will increase your pancreatic hormones, insulin, glucagon. So it is proved that vestibular stimulation increases insulin and glucagon level but inhibits the somatostatin level, so that you can apply vestibular stimulation as a treatment for stress-induced diabetes. Then vestibular stimulation inhibits attention areas of the brain, like visual cortex. If you take an example, a soldier who is fighting in the war, even 1 or 2 bullets in his body, he might not aware of the pain. Why? His attention area is inhibited that time. The same function vestibular stimulation is doing. Then it is also connected with periaqueductal gray matter, the key area which is related with analgesic system of our body. So this is a diagram which is showing the connections what we have already discussed. So this is the how vestibular system is connected with the nucleus of the basal ganglia. So it influences the substantia nigra. So it is the need of the time to identify the importance of vestibular stimulation and to start a translational research for well-being and peak performance of human being for patient care and treatment. So in brief, I am concluding. So you can use the vestibular stimulation for relieving stress, for relieving pain, for promoting sleep, and to increase release of insulin and growth hormone, thyroid hormone, melatonin, etc., and to treat the Parkinson's disease and to delay the brain aging. You see, brain aging, it is mainly dependent on neurotransmitters, say like serotonin, acetylcholine. All these neurotransmitters will gradually decrease with increase in the age. But vestibular stimulation will keep the level of the neurotransmitters as such, so that it can delay the brain aging. So at this moment, I would like to thank our administrator and principal of our institute and our beloved director, Father Paul V. Modern, for giving this opportunity. And last but not least, OMICS Group for allowing me to present in front of you. And thanks a lot for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. And I would say it's a learning and a stimulating, and I tell you why. You said milk promotes sleep. I tell my patient many times in my office, that's one of the biggest problems in the Western culture. Oh, cannot go to sleep, and they sleep medicine. Lots of 3, 4 different sleeping medicine. I don't write, but the primary care physician write. They cannot believe in simple things. You know why? I give you an example. They do not believe each other. I met a lawyer, very good, very powerful lawyer, Augusta, Georgia, and he became my private patient. So I used to talk with him. I used to ask him, what's your most important client? He said, women. 80% are women divorced. I said, why? Why is this? He said, they don't love each other, they cannot believe each other. So no matter what you and me tell, that, well, drink milk, a cup of milk before you go to bed, and you can go to sleep. You won't believe. They will buy medicine after medicine. Similarly, I tell constipation, big problem in the Western culture. Buy all these medicine for it. I say, use okra, which is a lady's finger. That will relieve your, no, cannot believe anything. So what I'm telling you, what you have told is all true, but sometimes very difficult to prove simple thing. Life become more complicated. You make your life complicated, you of course will stress. Every family in US, they are full of stress. Why? Because they cannot believe simple thing, cannot live a routine life, you know what I mean? So you have done a wonderful job.
Sir, that's why, sir, to make everybody to believe, we are proving it with biomarkers. Actually, we are working on vestibular stimulation as a natural method to relieve stress. And we are using different biomarkers. So we will prove that these biomarkers are coming down, so that we will make them to believe.
You mentioned about Indian Medical Research Council. You got a grant. I'm glad you got a grant.
Yes, sir, ICMR.
You know, I invited an NIH grant writer, NIH grant reviewer, one of the conferences. How they decide? They go to the office, go and have a fight with the wife, and they read your abs. Oh, no good, rejected. I have seen over and over again all of these things, you know.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Any questions from the audience? Thanks a lot. That's an interesting presentation. Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shailesh. Really wonderful presentation, and we have got such an informative piece of, the milk is responsible for sleep. This is amazing. So, congratulations. Thank you so much. Moving on further, Dr. Aparna Saraf from the Institute of Science. She'll be talking about chemical fingerprint profile and antibacterial studies on Piper. Please welcome Dr. Aparna.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dr. Aparna Saraf from Institute of Science, Mumbai, working as an associate professor for past 17 years. Well, I'll be talking about chemical fingerprint profile and antibacterial studies on Piper longum. I'm sure all of us would agree that the world is moving towards natural. Herbal products are coming into great demand, and the pharmaceutical industry is looking at plans for new sources of drugs. Looking at the Indian scenario, well, India is a veritable emporium of medicinal plants. I'm sure all of you agree with that. We have immense biodiversity in India. This can be reflected from the fact that out of the 36 major hotspots all over the world, in India we have 3, namely your Western Ghats, the Eastern Himalayas, and the Western Himalayas. So what makes these plants so important? What gives them this medicinal property? It's basically that the medicinal property is attributed to secondary metabolites. Our work is basically developing chemical fingerprints of these secondary metabolites and trying to make use of these secondary metabolites for therapeutic uses. The question arises, why do we need these chemical fingerprints, the need for the development of a chemical fingerprint? Well, quality control and quality assurance, these are challenges because of high variability of compounds involved. A chemical fingerprint would definitely represent appropriately the chemical integrities of the herbal medicine, and the fingerprint would serve as a tool for identification, authentication, and quality control of herbal drugs. That's the reason why we are working on this chemical fingerprinting. There are different ways by which you can do it. Chromatographic techniques which you can use are the TLC, the HPTLC, the GC, the HPLC, and of course hyphenated procedures. What we are concentrating here is HPTLC because it allows you multiple sample analysis. The plant which I in my lab along with my students, we do this work. One of the plants chosen here is Piper longum, belonging to family Piperaceae, known as Piperi. The site of collection is the Western Ghats in Maharashtra. I just cited a few of the medicinal values. These are established values. This is the plant, what we are talking about. What I have carried out here is a preliminary phytochemical screening, separation of individual secondary metabolites, HPTLC fingerprinting of individual secondary metabolites, and finally the antimicrobial screening using individual secondary metabolites against respiratory pathogens. Well, Piperi has an established fact that it is used for cough, cold. It is normally used, but not much work has been carried out as to which secondary metabolite is responsible for the inhibiting the pathogenic activity. So that's what we have tried to do in our little work. And of course, we have done the HPTLC fingerprinting. That is our major work. Preliminary screening is done as the normal procedures given in Harborne and Wagner's Tal. Individual of secondary metabolite, separation of secondary metabolites. I'll just go through the slides. I wouldn't be discussing the methods here because they are already established methods. This is that for the better principles, for alkaloids, cardiac glycosides, essential oils and carmines, steroids, and finally sterols. So these are the methods which we have taken for separation of individual secondary metabolite. These are the conditions which we have maintained for our HPTLC studies. Let's come to the results. Well, our preliminary screening showed us the presence of alkaloids, cardiac glycosides, saponins, steroids, anthraquinones, flavonoids, and tannins. This is what is the profiles that we have developed of individual secondary metabolites. This is the first profile of steroids. 7 types of steroids have been separated, best observed at any wavelength, at wavelength 254 nanometers and 366. Sample concentration of 2 μl is found to be more than suitable as compared to 10 μl. We have tried to even standardize the loading so that separation of bands can be observed. There is no need for derivatization here, since bands are best separated before derivatization. The best solvent system is dichloromethane, diethyl ether, and methanol and water in the ratio 7.7 is to 1.5 is to 0.8 is to 0.12. This is something which we have standardized. So just trying to tell you that the band separation is observed best under these conditions. This is for coumarins. Just a minute, yeah. In this case, derivatization is necessary since some compounds cannot be seen before derivatization. This is for bitter principles. HPTLC chromatogram can be best observed at 366. Major compounds separated at the following RFs, that is 0.81, 0.85, and 0.87. In case of arbutin, we have managed to separate 13 different types. Here we did not get a clear separation, as you can see. So there is a need for improvement and modification in the process of extraction in order to optimize the concentration of separation of bands and also for use of different solvents. Anthraquinones, again here there's no need to derivatize. Best solvent system, toluene, ethyl acetate, formic acid. For anthroglycosides, again this is a separation. This also needs a bit of improvisation because we did get a slight tailing effect in this. So this needs to be improvised. Alkaloids were found to be best observed at 254. Best solvent system, toluene, ethyl acetate, diethylamine. Again, here there is no need for derivatization. And finally, the sterols, which were found, this also needs a bit of improvement. Before derivatization, we have got good results in this. Okay, so that was about the chemical fingerprints or individual fingerprints. Why we have developed this? Because markers are becoming very expensive. So if we, under these standardized conditions, could develop fingerprints, these can be used for authentication. And of course, the band separation gives you an idea that yes, this plan can be worked upon for different types of components. We have shown you that we have 7 types of steroids, different types of alkaloids, each can be worked upon. You can do preparative HPTLC, separate out individually and try to identify the compounds, and that sort of work is what we are carrying out right now. Taken the work little bit further along with our microbiology department, and they have tried to actually take these secondary metabolites which we have isolated, and they have tried to see which is the compound which is actually inhibiting the activity of the known respiratory pathogens. What we have compared it with standard antibiotics, ampicillin and chloramphenicol. Alcoholic extract exhibited higher potency as compared to others, and KB was found to be the most resistant among the 3 pathogens, that is Staph aureus, Streptococcus, and KP. The extract of Pipalongum is active against both gram-positive and gram-negative organisms. Thus, the bioactive components present in Pipalongum, that is the cardiac glycosides, anthroglycosides, steroids, essential oils, these are responsible and can be used as a broad-spectrum antibiotic. These are the results what we have done. We have done all 3 methods, that is the disc diffusion, ditch method, and the well method, just to confirm our results and be on the safer side. This is what I was really talking about, but that such type of work really needs to be done, because we are just saying we take the whole extract and we check out for it. Here we have tried to individually extract the extracts and try against all the organisms and see which is responsible for the inhibitory activity. Our results showed us that essential oils, steroids, and cardiac glycosides are responsible mainly for the inhibitory activity, but it did not work on KP. We've done the MIC for it. This is the agar disc diffusion, the well diffusion, and of course these are the plates which we have developed. Yeah. So finally, from our studies, we could conclude that of course standardization of plant materials is the need of the day. An HPTLC fingerprint is suitable for rapid and simple authentication. The HPTLC fingerprint developed may serve as a supplement chromatographic data, and information thus generated may be explored further as a tool for standardization. HPTLC analysis revealed a better separation of individual secondary metabolites. The present study revealed that the plant is a good source of secondary metabolites. Presence of different types of secondary metabolites such as alkaloids, steroids, sterols, cardiac glycosides, essential oils, anthroglycosides, anthraquinones, coumarins, arbutin, flavonoids, and beta principle. It also revealed the exact quantity and the solvent system required for the better separation of these compounds. We could conclude that these plant-derived bioactive compounds, in addition of being developed directly as drugs, can serve as a prototype drug molecule known as lead compounds and pharmacological probes to better understand biochemical and physiological mechanisms. In addition to this, the medicinal use of secondary metabolites from these plants can also serve as pharmacological tools to help explain the mechanism underlying human diseases. Thank you once again. These are the references which I have used.
Thanks a lot. Any questions from the audience? Yep.
I just want to know what is the powder you said, the dried powder of the
Pipri,
sample?
you call it. You can call it. It's piper.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
you have dissolved in what solvent to run it on HPTLC?
Dissolved in what? See, here we are using different types. Okay? We are extracting individual secondary metabolites. So everything has a different methodology of its own. It's
Okay.
not a particular solvent that you're dissolving. If
Okay.
you want to develop for a marker, you can use an ethanolic extract and then run it. That could be for a single this. But if you want individual secondary metabolites, you'll have to proceed
So for
according
each
to-
type of the metabolite, the solvent in which you dissolve the sample is different?
Yes, because the method of preparation is different.
Is it
for
possible to run it with aqueous samples? I mean, I heard HPTLC is not suitable for separating samples that are dissolved in water.
It normally, see, when you develop, if the water concentration is more, you'll get a tailing effect.
Okay.
Tailing as in your band will actually drag along. So that is not suited. You need an exact separation of
So
compounds.
it's preferable to dissolve them in organic solvent.
Yeah, preferably if you can prepare an ethanolic extract or a methanolic extract and then run along, that
So
would...
that would suit any of the
Yes,
metabolites.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Yep. 1 second.
Thank you. How do you actually determine that it is any of these secondary metabolite which is responsible for the activity, antimicrobial activity, since you are using very small quantity, about 10 microliter?
I didn't get you. How do you...
So I want to find out how do you determine the antimicrobial activity of each secondary metabolite?
Yes, because we have extracted individual secondary metabolite and by these different methods, by the agar ditch, by the diffusion and the well diffusion method, we have loaded these, right? And then we have checked the inhibitory activity of each. Taking a normal solvent and a secondary metabolite, and then you check the activity, that as a control and this as your plant material extract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aparna. That was really a very nice presentation. I kindly request you to please collect your certificate from our Honorable Chair and Co-Chair. Our next speaker for the day would be Dr. Mohammed Ali from Mahavir Cancer Institute and Research Center, India. He'll be going to talk about immunomodulatory effect of ashwagandha on cyclophosphamide-induced toxicity in rats. Please welcome Dr. Mohammed Ali.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to give my thanks and gratitude to the OMICS Group who has given me the opportunity to present my paper here. My topic is immunomodulatory effect of Vidania somnifera on cyclophosphamide-induced toxicity in rats. As we know, the burden of the cancer and incidence of the cancers are increasing in all over the world. And the thing is that we have lots of the cancer medicine, but despite of that, we have the one major problem, that is the toxicity of that drug. We try to mitigate the toxicity of that drug by inducing the ashwagandha. So, cancer incidence in India. So total number of cancer cases, as far as the record, 30 lakhs, and the new cancer cases every year 10 lakhs, and number of death every year is 7.5 lakhs. Incidence of cancer cases in Bihar, particularly in Bihar, because Bihar is that state where the malnutrition is, problem of malnutrition is there. And 2.5 lakh cancer patient any time is available, 7 lakh 50,000 and 80,000 new cancer cases every year coming in our hospital, Mahavir Cancer Institute. It is the largest cancer hospital after Tata Memorial Hospital. 60,000 cases die every year. And according to WHO, 33% cancer can be prevented, and 33% cancer can be cured, and 33% palliated by different modalities of the treatment. Cancer scenario, early stages 15% and advanced stages 85%, because as we know that the advanced stages, patient does not know what is the happening inside the body, and whenever any tumor comes, they try to ignore that what kinds of the tumor and what is the reason behind this, and they ignore to go to the medical doctor. That's why the advanced stage is so high in India. So Mahavir Cancer Sansthan reported that stage 1 cases, 2% of the cases coming in stage 1, 12% coming in stage 2, and 46% the cases of stage 3, and 40% patient coming off stage 4. So male and female ratio, that is according to the 2012 data, 41% male and 59% female are suffering with the cancer. So different modalities of the cancer treatment which is available all over the world is radiotherapy, surgery, chemotherapy, and immunotherapy. So need for the study that the cancer is the leading cause of the death in economically developed countries and the second leading cause of the death in developed countries. And there is only one way to check the cancer, that is the chemotherapy we have. Unless until we are going to cure the treatment of the cancer, surgery is available, radiotherapy is available, but the chemotherapy is on all the cases we try to give the chemotherapy. So the role of the chemotherapy is bigger. Chemotherapy is a primary treatment available for disseminated malignant diseases. Most common chemotherapy agents which acts by killing the cell that divides rapidly, one of the main properties of the cancer cell. This means chemotherapy also harms the cells that divide rapidly under normal circumstances. This is the basic reason. This is the basic reason which causes the toxicity. So chemotherapy is usually given as a course of several sessions of treatment over a few months. The length of the treatment and the number of cycles depend on the type of cancer being treated for. Each person's reaction to chemotherapy is different. Some people have a very few side effects, while someone have the more effect. And the immunosuppression is the major drawback in the chemotherapy, and it also has the toxic side effects like myelosuppression, mucal ulceration, and the alopecia. So myelosuppression is the one of the key factor. This is because that generally anyone who is suffering from the cancer, the regime of the chemotherapy of the 6 cycles, that is of the 6 months after the interval of 21 days. But the thing is that whenever the patient gets the one cycle of the chemotherapy, the condition of the myelosuppression comes. Which consequences the patients are unable to take the another cycle, this is the basic problem of the cancer patient. So drugs are available, but the toxic effects of that drug which causes the hindrance to receive the another cycle of the chemotherapy. In which cyclophosphamide, doxorubicin, and so many drugs are available, which is a very good drug, but it has a very toxic effect. That is why cyclophosphamide is one of the most widely used broad-spectrum anti-tumor agent. It is used in the treatment of carcinoma of the breast, lungs, ovary, bladder, non-Hodgkin's, acute and chronic leukemia, etc. Cyclophosphamide itself carcinogenic, potentially carry transitional cell carcinoma of bladder as a long-term complication. It itself causes a cancer. It's a cancer-causing agent. So it can lower the body's ability to fight an infection, causing immunosuppression, and also have side effects like bone marrow toxicity and testicular cell damage. This is also issue, the reproductive health problem for the men. Cyclophosphamide can reduce the number of white cells which help to fight infection. White blood cells are produced by the bone marrow. If the number of the white cells is low, patient will be more prone to infection. A low white cell count is called neutropenia. And the neutropenia begins 5 to 7 days after treatment, and resistance to infection is usually at its lowest 10 to 14 days after chemotherapy. The number of the white cells will then increase steadily and usually return to normal before next cycle of chemotherapy is due. It happens not in all the cases, but I have seen whatever the cancer patients coming in our hospital, patients receive the chemotherapy cycle, they are unable to receive the second chemotherapy cycle. Lots of problems come and despite of that myelosuppression, patients are lots of the pain, and we don't have the such and such medicines, painkiller department. Pain management department is also available in our hospital, which is also fight with such kind of the toxicity. So drug mechanism of the cyclophosphamide. In order to work, cyclophosphamide is converted by the liver into two chemicals, acrolein and the phosphoramide. Acrolein and the phosphoramide are the active compounds, and they slow the growth of the cancer cell by interfering with the action of DNA within the cancer cells. So unfortunately, normal cells also are affected, and this results in a serious side effects. In addition to slowing the growth of cancerous cells, cyclophosphamide also suppresses the immune system and is referred to as immunosuppressive. And cancer is itself an immunosuppressant disease. So both the way patients are suffering from the immunosuppression. Cyclophosphamide also decreases the immune system response to various diseases and conditions. And cyclophosphamide is also used to treat a severe rheumatoid arthritis. These are the side effects of the cyclophosphamide. As I have told that it has a serious side effects like alopecia and thinning of hair, but most serious problem is the myelosuppression. And these are the other side effects: gross and microscopic hematuria, unusual decrease in the amount of urine, mouth sores, unusual tiredness, weakness, joint pain. These are the problems. So cytoprotection means protection of the cell from the noxious chemicals or other stimuli, enhancing the ability of the cell to resist injury. In that way, cytoprotective agents will reduce or prevent these toxicities. These agents should ideally be selective for normal cells versus cancer cells. These are effective in reducing or preventing toxicity, have no negative impact on anti-cancer therapy, and have minimal adverse effect. So this is an attempt made to evaluate whether ashwagandha has the cytoprotective action and as a supportive treatment of chemotherapy in cancer. So ashwagandha, as we know that it is known as the winter cherry, and the Sanskrit name is ashwagandha, and its botanical name is the Vidania somnifera. Ashwagandha benefits, all we know that, the people who are sitting here, they are knowing that what is the benefit of the ashwagandha. So a herb that rejuvenates the nervous system, it is insomnia and is stress, and so many earlier presentation was also regarding the ashwagandha. So it is responsible for healthy immune system, physical strength, lustrous complexion, clarity of mind, and sense of well-being. So lots of the research papers are available regarding the immunobooster mechanism of the ashwagandha. So ashwagandha increases hemoglobin and hair melanin. It stabilizes the blood sugar and lowers the cholesterol. So these are the benefits of the ashwagandha. It also helps in the digestive system, cardiovascular system, respiratory system, nervous system, endocrinal system, and it's a very good benefit in the reproductive system, excretive system, and the skin system. It also increases the immunity. That's why we have selected to combat such kind of a toxicity, because it has a very vital role to increase the immunity. So in which form ashwagandha is available? So I think that people are knowing that it is available in the market, in the powder form, in the capsule form, and the root form is also available. We have used as an extract of the root. So these are the doses. Yeah. The action of Vidania somnifera on the immune system are subtler than simply suppressing the immune inflammatory response. Vidania somnifera modulates the immune response, increases the expression of T helper cytokines, as well as CD4 and CD8 counts, and natural killer cells. So in the present investigation to combat the toxicity of cyclophosphamide, aqueous extract of immunomodulator plant like ashwagandha was studied against toxicity of cyclophosphamide. So what is the strategy I have taken? That after administration of cyclophosphamide at the rate of 250 milligram per kg body weight, that I have chosen the high dose, so to increase the large amount of the toxicity. So by gastric intubation method to rats, the marked reduction in total count of the WBC, RBC, and PET cells were observed on day 4th. Usually, it happens in the patient at the 4th to 5th day that myelosuppression, the cases of the myelosuppression comes. That is why we have also observed the day 4th, the condition of WBC, RBC, and platelets. So when ashwagandha administered 5 days prior to cyclophosphamide, so what is the regime I have chosen? That suppose the day of the cyclophosphamide is we have to give the, today we have to give the cyclophosphamide administration. So before the cyclophosphamide administration, 5 days prior we have chosen to give the ashwagandha, so that increases the immunity too high. As we have and continued for the further 15 days, then significant increases in the total count of WBC, RBC, and platelets were observed. So these are the materials and the methods. So we have experimentally designed all the, these are experimental group control cyclophosphamide, and the third group is ashwagandha along with cyclophosphamide. So these are the findings where the control group we can see the hemoglobin percentage, and after giving the dose of the cyclophosphamide, see the hemoglobin percentage went down to 52, and when the hemoglobin, cyclophosphamide and ashwagandha both we have given 5 days before and continued for the further 15 days, it comes to 77. It means it maintains the, hemoglobin, RBC, WBC, and platelets. So thus finding of present investigation showed that therapeutic potency of ashwagandha ameliorate the toxicity produced during cancer chemotherapy by mitigating the bone marrow suppression. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any questions from the audience? Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. It was a very nice presentation. I kindly request you to please collect your certificate from our chair and co-chair. Next speaker I would like to call upon the stage is Dr. Roberto Campos Navarro. He'll be speaking on traditional healers practices within Western model hospitals. Please welcome Dr. Navarro on the stage.
Good afternoon. I will be presenting on behalf of Dr. Roberto Campos. Traditional healing practices within Western model hospitals, recent experiences in Mexico, by Roberto Campos Navarro and Adriana Ruiz Llanos, School of Medicine, UNAM. Mexico, along with China, India, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, comprise the oldest civilizations in the world. As a result, traditional Mexican medicine has a long history. This traditional medicine has its human resources, as well as material resources such as medicinal plants, and a Mexican-style sauna-like bath called temazcal. Traditional Mexican medicine has symbolic resources. For example, the evil's eye. There are also manual procedures and rituals. In the pre-Hispanic age, hospitals did not exist. Conquerors and colonizers introduced the idea of hospitals to Mexico. After the independence in 1821, mixed hospitals where traditional therapies worked did not exist. It wasn't until the end of the 20th century that mixed hospitals were created. During the colonial Spanish period, separate hospitals were founded for the first time in the Americas. Hospitals for Spaniards and hospitals for indigenous people. In the latter, traditional therapists were allowed, such as herbalists, midwives, and those in charge of the temazcales. The most significant example is the Real Hospital de San José de los Naturales, founded in 1531. This hospital was closed in 1822 when independence was achieved. Subsequent hospitals did not allow indigenous healers to practice. In 1904, the General Hospital of Mexico was founded, and later other national medical institutions. But these hospitals did not allow indigenous healers to practice. At the end of the last century, elements of traditional medicine were incorporated into the existing hospitals. The legal basis for this inclusion can be found, first, in the Constitution, second, in the 169 Agreement of the International Organization of Work, and third, in the General Health Law. Cuetzalan, a town located in the state of Puebla in central Mexico, incorporated traditional Mexican medicine in 1990 in one hospital. Success of this model led to the construction of a new building last year. In the traditional medicine section, one can find traditional therapies, use of ritual spaces, a temazcal, and medicinal plants. Another town, Geselchacán, state of Campeche, southeast Mexico, various services were established in the rural hospital in 1996, including consults with herbalists, midwives, and also sobadores, a term used for traditional massage therapists. In the women's section, they replaced hospital beds for hammocks. Well, speaking of vestibular stimulation, this change did not interfere with the provisioning of biomedical services. In the state of Nayarit, western Mexico, a modern hospital was built emulating Cuetzalan's model, with an integrated traditional medicine section in the same building. But still, no adaptations have been done in the labor and delivery area. In the southern state of Chiapas, 2 hospitals were built. One in San Andrés Larrainzar, with consultation rooms for midwives and a poorly constructed temazcal next to the hospital. Another one in San Cristobal de las Casas, another town, in 2010, which is a modern hospital. This hospital is called Hospital de las Culturas because it has both traditional and biomedical medicine areas. This hospital has a temazcal, even though it's not used as a steam bath sauna. Finally, in Amealco, in the state of Querétaro, in central Mexico, in April of this year, a clinic with the participation of 2 traditional healers was opened. With its traditional medicine consultation rooms, herbalists, midwives, and a functional temazcal, this clinic does, in fact, work. Its warehouse holds medicinal plants under the protection of Virgin Mary, the principal religious Catholic image of Mexico. The common characteristics of these hospitals are: they have a recent creation, they have been gradually reproduced, they are located in distinct indigenous regions, they provide basic biomedical services, they are closely related with traditional medicine, and the subordination of traditional to biomedical medicine still persists. There has been an acquisition of novel experiences in the administrative area. Among the positive aspects of these hospitals we can name: they offer basic biomedical attention, they aim to solve health problems in indigenous regions, the basic services are not just reduced to emergencies, internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics, and pediatrics. Maternal and infant morbidity and mortality have been reduced, and they offer services with an intercultural orientation. The hospitals in the states of Puebla have multiplied. They try to maintain a positive relationship with traditional healers. This is the hospital in the town of Huehuetla, Puebla. The most notable negative aspects are a lack of consultation with indigenous people about the building and location of the hospital projects, errors in the construction and design of the temazcales, absence of training in interculturalism among the health personnel, deficient communication between health personnel and patients and family members, absence of intercultural mediators, imposition of obstetric furniture, insufficient supplies for traditional therapists, and subordination of traditional therapists to their biomedical counterpart. In the case of Hospital de las Culturas, a mistake was building beside the municipal cemetery. One section of the hospital was even built on top of the cemetery. There is an absence of mediators at the entrance of the hospitals, where they would speak to patients in their own language. There are construction and design flaws in the temazcales because the entrance should be small and they should not have central ventilation. The labor and delivery area does not have intercultural adaptations, and it's rarely used. The use of the obstetric table does not correspond with the local indigenous culture, which is the Mesoamerican position, which is birthed on a squatting position with the husband's support. Here is another version. There is a subordination of the midwife in the hospital in Nayarit. They only pay her for prenatal attention and they do not allow her to attend births. The economic support established by the General Health Law is inexistent. In conclusion, the inclusion of traditional medicine in Western-style medical services poses a novel experience in Latin America, along with other cases in Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Venezuela, and Colombia. The incorporation of traditional medicine in hospital spaces is beneficial and corresponds with the healthcare recipients in these areas. Health problems can be solved using both types of medicine. The most common illnesses and death rates are reduced because they provide basic biomedical attention. The main challenges are overcoming the institutional deficiencies and the subordination of traditional practices established by biomedicine. And finally, this is a painting by the great Mexican painter Diego Rivera, where the relevance of both types of medicines is shown, biomedicine to the left and traditional medicine to the right. Both are equally important. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. If crowd is wondering, what's going on stage, why people are gathered, just because it's a speaker's son who is translating everything for the speaker. So you can imagine it's his father and son. And son is representing his father. Thanks a lot. What's your name, sir? Thanks a lot. And any questions from the audience, we can take. No questions. Yeah. You can collect your certificate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roberto. Please collect your certificate. Please give them a big round of applause. This is really appreciable. Now, the last presentation of the day will be given by Dr. R Baines from Alaska Family Medicine Residency, USA. He'll be speaking on the aspects of traditional medicine. Please welcome Dr. David on the stage.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the hearty group here that we have that have made it all day. I originally was scheduled for Wednesday, but when I made my travel arrangements, they had assured me that I was going to be at the beginning of the conference, so I made my travel arrangements accordingly, and then when I arrived, I found out I was speaking a couple hours after I left Hyderabad, so they were able to accommodate me, and it actually works out pretty well because what I'm going to speak about is going to be very similar to what the previous presentation was talking about. And what they are doing in Mexico is something that has been a lifelong passion of mine in the United States. So I'm from the Tlingit and Tsimshian tribes of southeast Alaska. Our people have been there at least 12,000 years. And so we have a long history there. And our culture and belief system go way back. When our traditional way of teaching is by stories. Unfortunately, with a 15-minute schedule, I'm going to have a hard time doing that. But the one or two stories I want to put into my presentation is when I was growing up on our reservation, pretty much higher education was not encouraged, and it was we were expected to work in the fishing industry or logging or in construction, and most of the time our young people, especially the young men, would go off into the military, see the world for a bit before they came home and settled down. So that was like my plan. However, when I got a job out of high school in our sawmill, there was a severe explosion which should have killed me, but it ended up crushing my legs, and I had several years to recuperate, and during that process kind of saw the light that I should head off towards a career in medicine, and ended up going to the medical school at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. Unfortunately, that experience in medical school was very difficult for me culturally, even though I did okay with the academics, and so I had serious doubts about being able to continue on in medical school, even though the academics was okay. The issue was I couldn't see how I could retain my cultural belief system and practice Western medicine, and so was unable to compromise on that, and so was considering dropping out of medical school. I got the opportunity to work with a nearby reservation with some high school kids that were having trouble in school, and had a great time with these kids. They actually didn't have any problems learning, but they were having trouble with having teachers that could talk to them in a way that they could understand. And while I was there, I got invited into a traditional sweat lodge ceremony similar to the what you saw in the pictures in Mexico. Ours are built a little bit different, but the concept is the same. It's a spiritual cleansing ceremony, a very powerful ceremony. And during the ceremony, even though I had never spoken to the medicine person, and he started praying for me to finish school, and actually gave me a vision of where I could see myself working with our people as a healer. And so in our traditional way, he did not tell me how I could incorporate my belief system and my culture and do Western medicine, but he showed me that there was a way to do it. And so then it was my responsibility to take that journey on and go from there. And here's my sweat lodge. So in our culture, the health is not just the absence of disease, but it's a state of harmony. Harmony with ourselves, our mind, our body, our spirit, harmony with others, and harmony with all of creation. And when we have that harmony, then we believe that we're resistant to disease. When something breaks into that harmony and causes an imbalance, then that is when the disease can get us. So for thousands of years, we've understood how stress can affect our ability to withstand the onslaught of disease. And so our spirituality, because of our, the individual is the mind, body, and the spirit, but the spirit is what goes on from when this physical life is over. So our spirituality is critical to our concept of health. And I got adopted by the several different tribes down in the lower 48, so my families there helped me put together this regalia. So we believe that all of us have some ability to heal ourselves and others, but that there are some of us that have special gifts that have been given to us that allow us to have much more access to the healing powers from the Creator. And so it's not something that you can say, oh, I'm going to be a healer. Oh, I'm going to go to school to be a healer. This is something that is a gift to you. Most of the tribes, it's handed down from our ancestors. So we believe the council fire of our ancestors that are on the other side in the spirit world decide on what gifts go to which lives that are being born in the tribe. And so there's the ones that decide which gifts we get. And so our job as young people then, we're instructed that our job then is to, as young people, to find out what our gifts are, and by finding out our gifts, we find out what our path is. So in our traditional medicine, like we do have people that do herbal medicine. We do have people that do diagnostic. In some tribes, they're called tremblers. We do have people that do healing touch kind of medicine. But for the most part, of the over 500 different tribes, the traditional medicine was predominantly a spiritual healing. Because what would happen is that the medicine person would find out what was wrong with how the person got out of balance, reinstate that balance, healing that person from the inside, and treating the cause of the illness, not just the symptoms. So in our culture, one of the predominant themes is respect. When we teach our children, the first thing we teach them is how to respect themselves, because they're important. They're the next generation, that they have gifts that they have to seek out and find out what they are, and that they're important. Next, they need to learn to respect others so they can play with their siblings and friends. And then when they have enough reasoning power, we teach them how to respect all of creation. And and then we also aren't really teaching them about learning how to get more power and more money, but really we want them to teach them every day that their job is to seek personal perfection, where they're the best human being, the best husband, the best father, the best wife, the best student each day. And that everybody's role in the family is to provide and protect. And you'll see this theme in the photos. And in our culture, the individual's not the center of the universe, but it is the individuals, as in Western culture, but the individual is supported by the family, which doesn't have to be blood relatives. In our cultures, we're very accepting of others that we care about as being part of our family, which is then supported by the community or the tribe, which is supported by Mother Earth. And so this tier, our support structure, has to be in place also for that harmony to exist. And so, I think it's something in this modern world that's so fast-paced that people don't make an effort to really establish this very well. Teaching my son how to talk to the eagles. So we believe there's a thin veil between the physical and the spiritual world. And when we have our dreams and visions, that's when we go back into the spirit world. And the sweat lodge is also a symbolic of us going back into the womb of Mother Earth, where we started out pure. We don't believe in the concept of original sin like with Christianity. We believe that we come in pure and we get our impurities on this side. Life is a circle. We never thought the earth was flat. We thought everything's always been a circle. And that death is not the enemy. It's just a natural part of the circle of life. And so, that's an important concept in handling stress, like in our medical students, like teaching them how to handle a case where they've lost a patient. This is our way of looking at things is a good way. We believe that when the baby takes the first breath, that's when the soul comes in, and then when the baby takes the last breath, then the soul goes out. And I've actually seen that happen in patients, that when they took their last breath, I've watched their soul come out of their body. So Black Elk, a very famous Lakota medicine man, said, "Of course it is not I who cured. It was the power from the outer world, which is the spirit world. The visions and ceremonies only made me like a hole through which the power could come to the two-leggeds. And if I thought I was doing it myself, that hole would close up and no power would come through." And so the thing about our belief healing is that it takes away the credit, because the healer is not who's healing. It's the healer's allowing the healing power from the Creator to get to the patient. But it also takes away if it doesn't work, then it's not supposed to be, right? I mean, there's not a fault with it. They just do their best to allow because not everybody's going to get well, and so if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. And the teachers that I've taught under from many different tribes, they'll teach me, for us, it's not about the medicine, it's about the healer and how strongly they prepared themselves to be in a good place that can bring the power of the Creator into that. So it's not, the evidence base for us would be not on the medicine or the plant, it's on the healer and how that healer can allow that energy into that. And they say you can take a glass of water, and if you're good, you've done your job with your life and you've lived a good life, you can make that, and you have the gift, you can make that water medicine. It doesn't matter, what's in that. So every day I pray that the words and medicines that I use do the best they can for my patients. and we always acknowledge our ancestors. We walk on the shoulders of those that walked before us, and this is my great-grandparents and their children, and we believe that they're our guardian spirits that are there for us, so we always want to be on their good side if we need them, and so we always want to acknowledge them. And I have tons of stories, but I know that the time is short, and you guys probably are exhausted from sitting here all day. I have lots more pictures if you from Alaska. I appreciated other speakers also doing that, actually, especially in a place where probably not too many people here have ever been to Alaska. Get a chance to see where we're from. And all those things, like we teaching my children how to harvest. Like, we don't have an artificial separation between plants and animals to us, because we look at from a spiritual way. The plants, that we call them the one-leggeds, the animals are the four-leggeds, are finned and are feathered, brothers and sisters, but they all have the same spiritual importance in creation. And so, like, for us, we don't have that. To us, like, a vegetarian is like a very foreign concept, because why? Like, you know, they're not different. You know, I mean, to us, they're the same. You know, and so we sing the same song on our berries or seaweed we harvest, that send the spirit of the seaweed or the berries on a good journey, and thanking them for sacrificing themselves for us, that we do, like, on the fish or the caribou or the whatever. Because we're not looking at it from a physical standpoint, like how cute it is. It's all how good it tastes. And that's it. I think if any questions, like I said, I have lots of stories and things, but in the interest of time and with the slot I had, and I'm actually glad that I got to follow the previous presentation. It really did, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. David Baines. When I spoke with him in the morning, he said, you know, he's coming from a long way to promote his culture. And I mean, as people, we usually belief is better than medicine. Probably belief cures a lot of diseases than medicine. So, you know, as we gathered here from various domains of traditional medicine, and I believe he's also from, you know, coming from a long way to present his culture. That's a great thing. No, that's what I want to mention specifically.
Yeah, and for me, the promotion, I'm not really our people don't really want to develop the traditional medicine, but we want to, like the previous group that was up here talk. We want to have, to us, the Western medicine approaches it physically, treats from the outside, because you get a medicine or a shot, and it treats the symptoms but not the cause. So we don't look at the two kinds of medicines at all being competitive. You know, they can be complementary, and you know, we all have the same goal. Doesn't matter where it's a massage therapist or who. You know, we should all be looking at it as we have the same goal to try to make our people better, and so. That's really the promotion that I really try to encourage my colleagues, my doctor colleagues, is accepting the, you know, the traditional healers for what they are.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't take any questions, you know, probably this is the place, you know, where we can take the questions. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, these lights are blinding. I can't hardly. I think I'm getting a suntan or something.
Okay, it's a wonderful presentation. Can you comment on the efforts of the World Health adding the spiritual domain to the health definition?
No, and actually, you know, World Health Organization was one of the first organizations that also had jumped on the traditional belief of not having just absence of disease as being the state of health. They were one of the first organizations to say, you know, that it's more than just an absence of disease, but it's, you know, but a state of well-being. And so, like, you know, I think you know, they're progressive. I mean, I think they do lots of great things, and you know, and I think that it's a positive.
I think that should happen, because what happens, religion has to unite. But unfortunately, what's happening in the globe is religion is dividing us. Maybe that is one of the obstacles of World Health is thinking, not pushing forward to add the spiritual domain. But some says the already defined definition is modified. But I'm wondering why they are taking so much time neglecting not adding the spiritual domain to the health.
Yeah, well, nobody's perfect, so.
Doctor, you mentioned that from your school of thought, the soul enters the body at the time of birth of the baby. But there is also another school of thought which says that the soul enters at the time of conception itself.
Yeah.
In the sense that for 9 months, the fetus is growing. How, if there's no soul in it?
No, well, we have the spirit and the soul can be different parts. So certainly it does have a mind and and emotions. But for us, the spiritual part of it goes in with the first breath, and when the baby has its first laugh, then that spirit is saying, "This is a good place, and I'm staying." If that baby dies before it takes its first breath, like it was born premature and never breathed on its own, then we don't believe that the soul came into that baby, that it was still waiting on the other side. And then we'll come back with the next, because we believe most of the tribes believe in reincarnation, and most of them believe that we come back 7 times before we go back to the spirit world for good. And so, yeah, I mean, we're not, that's just the way we believe. I'm not saying, I know the Christian groups believe about this, that the soul comes in at conception, but that's not what the Creator told us. So,
thanks a lot, Dr. Baines.
Thank you so much, Dr. David. I'm sure, let me say, this was really a spiritualistic presentation. The piece of information you gave is really amazing. Please give them a big round of applause. And I kindly request our chair and co-chair to please felicitate Dr. David with a certificate. So this was the last session. This was the last presentation of the session today. I would like to mention my deepest gratitude to our chair, Dr. Mandal, and our co-chair, Dr. Mohammed. I would like Dr. Mohammed to please felicitate Dr. Mandal with the certificate. And I request to the audience to please, just give them a big, big round of applause. Now I request Dr. Mandal to please felicitate Dr. Mohammed with the certificate. It's a mutual appreciation, of course. Thank you so much. I would like to say thanks to all the speakers, all the delegates, everyone present inside the hall. I hope you enjoyed the session today, and tomorrow we'll meet again 10 o'clock in the morning, and we'll have a wonderful day again. Thank you so much. Have a good day.